yesterday, given what they saw at the
free
window.
Drinks too. I think that was expensive. Probably.
I think it might have been. Yeah.
That guy hits. Those drives are not. One of us is not like the other.
I would say this, Joe, you and I have talked a bit in the past about the fact that I have this hitch in my swing, right, the top of my swing.
He's got one of those.
It's not even a hitch. He outright stops up here like a baseball bat, like a baseball batter would.
And then he just loads up.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It's pretty awesome. Just the ball striking from Cameron Young is pretty amazing. So
it is. That was good. It wasn't that exciting. You know who one of the friendliest, nicest guys I've ever met? Ian Baker Finch. I know him. He's just, that was his last broadcast. Very teary and everything else. But I didn't tweet out anything. But I'll just tell you, I've met him a bunch of times at AT&T and other places, and he's just exactly what all those guys were saying. Mentor and everything else. Great guy.
Well, he's just one of those folks that, he's been one of the most recognizable voices in golf broadcasting over the last 20 years. And so, yeah, absolutely. My respect to Ian Baker Finch for everything he's done on the broadcast side of things.
Yep. Sounds like some kind of fertility thing. Anyway, see you later.
You got it, guys. See you.
Nobody swings like Happy Gilmore.
I heard that movie is not so awesome. I've read someone watched 40 minutes of it and said this is the reason you shouldn't make a sequel.
But a lot of different cameos.
Bryson
who were
is in there.
Yeah, lots of them are. All right, some news just out from Harley Davidson. The company has hired Artie Starrs as its new CEO effective October 1st. Starrs resigned last week as the CEO of Topgolf. Harley Davidson also saying that it's appointed Troy Alstead as chairman of the board. Alstead was a longtime executive at Starbucks. He retired as the chief operating officer of the company chain back in 2016, and he joined Harley's board in 2017. That stock unchanged at the moment, but it is down 32% for the year to date. Or, I'm sorry, over the last 1 year. When we come back, President Trump firing the head of the BLS after Friday's weak jobs report. We'll talk to Seth Harris, the former labor official under President Obama, and Mick Mulvaney, who's the former chief of staff to President Trump. That conversation's coming next. And later, Trump's economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, will join us live from the White House. Squawk Box will be right back.
At AT&T Business, we confidently guarantee our network. What we can't guarantee, enough hours in the workday. Or your projects always going as planned.
3 days, max.
Oof, more like 3 weeks.
Hey.
And closing up shop on time?
Still open? Sure. Yes. They're open.
Not tonight. But with AT&T Business, you can get the connectivity you depend on, or we'll make it right.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Leo! Ever since we introduced him to the farmer's dog, it's changed his quality of life.
Leo's number 2s are really getting better.
Better poo, better you.
Order filled. Order submitted.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content. So I can let the world know if your goggles ain't Goggins, they don't belong on your noggins.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports.
Order filled.
But you wouldn't trade it for anything.
Order submitted.
Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
Kelly Evans, Brian Sullivan, Power Lunch, weekdays 2 Eastern, CNBC.
What do you make of this? The resurgence in meme stocks.
Some of these traders, they're just asking ChatGPT which one of these has the most propensity to run.
What was the 9-hour?
The Votorama?
I called it a kabuki dance.
There was a report Berkshire Hathaway-owned railroad BNSF was looking into a takeover. Just got off the phone with Warren Buffett. We can report that is not true.
Take that off the list, at least for now.
Now.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC.
40 unique flavors, there's an H-E-B Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason. Here, everything's better.
Space for just in case. Kia, movement that inspires.
So while I'm gone, you'll feed Rosie Blue Buffalo?
I got Imes.
But Blue has deboned chicken, chicken meal, brown rice, oatmeal.
Well, Imes has chicken, ground whole grain corn, ground whole grain sorghum, chicken byproduct meal. We're switching to Blue.
So President Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics after a worse than expected jobs report and some big revisions that came along with it. Joining us right now is former acting labor secretary under President Obama, Seth Harris, and the former acting White House chief of staff under President Trump, Mick Mulvaney. He's the co-chair of the Actum Strategic Advisors. Gentlemen, welcome to both of you. This is something that people spent a lot of time thinking about and talking about and writing about this weekend. The idea of removing the statistician at the BLS. What do you think, Seth? How big of a deal is this?
I think it's a very big deal, but I think the American people know what's happening in the economy. You know, if you tell people it's not raining, they step outside, they end up getting wet. Firing the weatherman doesn't solve that problem. The American people are living the economy every day. They know that because of President Trump's policies, there are fewer jobs. They know that prices are going up. They know that there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty. Their employers don't know what to do because of the tariff strategy that the president is following. And so firing the BLS commissioner not only doesn't solve any problem, but it puts at risk the integrity of our statistical system that tells us how the economy is going. It tells us what we need to know in order to make decisions in our lives, in our businesses, and in our policies. So it's a terrible idea. Now, let me just say, the president.
Hey, Seth, let me just jump in there.
Sure.
Let me just jump in there for a second.
There hasn't been any inflation, and it's still 4.2% unemployment. So don't slit your wrists yet, Seth.
It's also, we all know how things feel, but it's a recession if our neighbor loses a job. It's a depression if you lose your job.
Exactly.
We're all kind of tainted by our own perspectives on where things sit in the economy. I think that's why we rely on government numbers to give us a better idea of what's actually happening, not just us trusting our God.
Well, inflation increased in the latest report, and these jobs numbers show us that the economy has slowed down, particularly the labor market has slowed down. And we saw some indications also in the GDP numbers, although the top line number was good, that the economy is slowing down. The integrity of our system allows us to rely on those data to make decisions in our economic lives. That's critically important. If we cannot rely on those data, then we are flying blind in making our economic decisions, and that is bad for our economy.
Hey, Mick, I will say, I think I said Friday after the jobs report came out that it did feel like we were flying blind because the numbers have not been all that great recently. And by the way, there's a long history of this, but the revisions were particularly large this time. Mick, I don't think, hold on a second, I don't think we hear Mick.
How'd you do that, Seth?
One second.
I was listening. I was enjoying listening. Look,
got some kind of button.
If I can agree with one thing Seth said, if you can't rely on the data, you are flying blind. And we haven't been able to rely on the data. Keep in mind, I mean, Jay Powell went to the microphones last week and gave the current Fed policy that stands on interest rates based on bad data out of the BLS. How many people lost how much money last week because the data was bad? We are flying blind. People ask me all weekend, oh, Mick, will we be able to trust the data going forward now that the Trump person is going to be in there? And my question is, look, this was the largest downward revision of the job numbers outside of COVID since 1979. Would you have been relying on the data anyway next month when it came out, or would you be wondering if the numbers were wrong? Look, I get the politics of it. Everything Trump does looks, smells, feels of politics. I get that. I can't defend that part of it. I don't think it was a hit job. But the numbers were wrong, and there has to be accountability for that. You can't blame the president for trying to get somebody in there to deliver better data.
But will this fix it? I mean, we've talked for a long time about how the numbers have been wrong. How we had Loretta Mester on earlier this morning talking about how the numbers have been much wronger since COVID, in part because of changes the way we gather things, in part because of changes in the economy, in part because businesses just aren't responding to the surveys that are sent out. Maybe there are some bigger changes and more drastic changes that need to take place here. And maybe it's not just the person who's at the head of BLS who's responsible necessarily.
A couple quick responses. Number one, if the person responsible BLS would be making that case, then we would be having that discussion. I don't remember that discussion. You've got the circumstance now where you just can't rely on the numbers as they are. Somebody has to be accountable, Becky, at the end of the day. I get it. It looks political. I don't like that part of it. But somebody has to be held responsible for the fact that information is wrong. This is simply too important to have these size of revisions this consistently.
Okay, so Seth, what do we do? The numbers have not been great. The numbers have not been as spot on as we would expect from the government. Where do we go from here? Let's just start with that.
Can I just say it is simply wrong to say that the numbers are wrong. The revisions are not an indication that the numbers are wrong. There are revisions every single month.
These revisions were larger.
That is a consequence of the fact that BLS does a survey, and then they have to make some statistical extrapolations from the survey, and information comes in late. Survey respondents submit their information late, so they have to update the information as they get it. So what they are saying is that as we get new information, we're going to put that out there to the American people so that they can make good quality judgments. Let me just say there are large revisions when there are turns in the economy. The pandemic absolutely taught us that. And there has been a turn in the economy over the course of the last 6 months. There's simply no question about that. What we know is that the revisions are roughly 1/10 of 1% of the total workforce in the United States. If we all got everything 99.9% correct, we would have a better world.
Okay, I want to go to Mick for a second, and then maybe Seth on the same question. It's the same question I asked Lodermester, but with one twist. If you were in charge of the BLS and you wanted to improve these numbers, and what I mean improve them, improve the quality of them and maybe the timeliness of them, Mick, meaning changing perhaps the processes around collecting data so that it actually comes in quicker within the month so you're not getting into this whole revision situation at the degree and level that it's been, maybe looking at some of the models. What would you do? How would you do it? And then most importantly, to the extent that you need to hire a new person to do it that has credibility politically in an apolitical way, who would you hire?
Boy, that last question is really good. Most people I know are political, but there are people that folks on both sides of the aisle respect. I'd be curious to see who Trump puts in there. No one sort of jumps out at my mind. No one who would actually take the job. Obviously, some of the names that Trump has floated for, say, the Federal Reserve Chair position down the road would be great at it, but they're never going to take the BLS gig. You get somebody that's just that both sides recognize and trust, and I get that. But look, until we fix the system, again, let me try to find some place to agree with Seth that the numbers will continue to have a lot of noise in the data. My understanding is the BLS is still accepting, sending out and receiving information by facsimile. And that maybe even by mail, and it does. We all know it does a lousy job of dealing with the creation of new businesses and the closure of others. But to say that, oh my goodness, we're having such a dramatic swing in the economy right now, the numbers are going to be bad like it was during COVID. Seth, that's just not right. I mean, we had bigger swings in 2008, we had bigger swings in 2001, and we didn't have these types of revisions. Look, you go from 100,000 to 90,000 or 110,000. We all get it. That's why revisions are typically not news. This is 250,000 jobs over 2 months. Something has to change. I mean, sometimes you can't fire the whole team. You have to fire the coach, and that's what Trump did here.
Seth, who would you pick?
You know what? I picked somebody who looks exactly like Dr. Erica McIntyre, the BLS commissioner who was just fired. She was a career government statistical agency expert. She had worked at Census. She had worked at the Treasury Department. She was not a political person at all. When she was confirmed by the United States Senate, she was confirmed on a bipartisan basis, including with votes from Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance. That's exactly the kind of person we want, a non-political statistical expert.
How about, I mean, one of the things that people have suggested over the weekend is actually that he hires a Democrat, somebody who's actually clearly known to be that, in part to actually gain back whatever credibility you think might have been lost in the process. And I wonder whether you think that's even possible, or whether he's going to hire somebody who, works on Fox. Honestly,
that's my line.
That's his line.
You just stole that. It was a joke. It was a joke.
But it was. But it's true.
No, it was a joke.
Joe looking for work? Is Joe looking for a side hustle?
I want to go to the Southern District or something and throw some people in jail, but I'm not a lawyer. Can I?
Look, is it possible? Sure. I think the woman who's running labor right now used to be a Democrat. Certainly it's within the realm of possibility.
New Jersey.
I just hope that we get data that is correct, whoever goes in there.
All right, gentlemen, Seth Harris, Mick Mulvaney, thank you. We appreciate your time this morning, and we'll be watching this space very closely.
Coming up, AI valuations, they've been soaring with no end in sight. We're going to take a closer look at the money pouring into AI startups next. And then later, we're going to talk to White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett about those firings ahead of the BLS, also this new open Fed governor seat, which I think has been a little overdone since it was going to come open anyway. But we can talk about all of that after this.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking to help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know, most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
Order filled. Order submitted.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
AI valuations are rising in both the public and private market, and OpenAI is leading that charge. Dealbook reporting recently that it raised $8.3 billion at a $300 billion valuation. Meantime, French AI startup Mistral reportedly seeking a $10 billion valuation in its latest round of fundraising. Joining us right now to discuss all of this is Kelly Rodriguez. He's the Forge CEO. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Do these numbers make sense to you?
They don't unless you look at the revenue progression of these businesses.
So then they do make sense to you? What are you saying?
There's 19 companies in the private market AI basket. These companies have grown on average 300% over the last 2 or 3 years on the larger side with revenue bases of $1 billion. I don't think we've ever seen historic progression of revenue like that in any sector.
So when you see an OpenAI not just capture this kind of valuation, but capturing something like 700 million people who are touching OpenAI every week. That's up from 500 just a couple months ago. I mean, that's sort of where, to the extent you get to a $300 billion valuation, that's how you get there.
Yes, and it's not just that company. That is the largest player in the space, but there are dozens of these companies emerging now. 19 of them have grown at that rate for the last 2 or 3 years.
Oh, so you think everybody's growing at the OpenAI rate? Because I think they are.
Yes,
across the board.
In the 19 largest that we track, they're averaging 300%.
So then which is the
growth.
most undervalued of those?
Well, I think the largest ones are where they're drawing all the attention. Anthropic and OpenAI have essentially an insatiable amount of capital trying to come into those companies.
And just one other thing that's related to this. Do you think in the end that all of this gets commoditized, or there is a winner-take-all piece to this? Because the one thing that I think when you talk to investors who are now thinking even in that latest OpenAI round, they will say, we talked about the memory function last week, that the sort of idea of persistent memory actually is one of the most unbelievable lock-in effects that you could actually create, which is to say, we used to talk about social media and their lock-in effect. This is almost different. If they know everything about you and it gets better as you use it, your decision to use OpenAI right today and then switch to something else, you might not.
So I think in the generative AI space, there's probably only going to be a couple of winners. When you look at what's going on in agentic and some of the other areas of infrastructure, you're going to have several of these companies significantly larger than what we've seen in other sectors.
Can I just ask how fleeting any of this could be? Because we hear that the lead among each of them is a matter of weeks or months. And then we see the poaching game that's taking place, where you try and steal your top competitor's talent, and you're willing to pay hundreds of millions, if not $1 billion, to get that. If you can do that, do you take your competitor out at the knees, and are you only as good as the employees that you're holding on any given day?
I think you could see some very interesting things emerge as these businesses start to consolidate other businesses. If you think about a valuation of $300 billion.
Yeah, but I don't have to buy your business. I just have to buy your top talent.
Sure, but I think as you look at diversified applications for AI, you could see them start to consolidate other players. And so these companies are just, ripe to do pretty much anything they want in terms of expansion to other sectors. So what we're watching now is a valuation increase since 2024, since January 2024, of the entire sector of about 200%. The private markets have been growing rapidly since then at about 56%, and the S&P has grown at about 36%. So these businesses are on fire.
So the question that I'm trying to figure out is how to spot the winner here, and also how to spot the loser. That's where I was going with the sort of memory function and whether it's a winner-take-all thing, because you're looking at these 19. I imagine if you're here 12 months from now, this 19 will not look like this 19. I just can't imagine it. Maybe you think that they all have the same kind of success, but I think right now there's a big fundamental question as to, does ChatGPT run away with it, right? That's part of what's the argument is. Claude has had a lot of success, for example, in the coding universe. ChatGPT is going to have ChatGPT 5, which apparently everybody's saying has coding that's as good, if not better, than Claude. Does Claude, therefore, back to Becky's issue or question, catch up? But does the memory piece, if you've already started down the road with one of them, mean you're not going to go to the other?
They all look like pretty interesting investments if you look across the 19, but there's certainly a ton of consolidation at the top. I mean, OpenAI is 10% of the entire private market valuation of $3 trillion. So, there's a lot of attention at the top.
To the extent that there are folks who can play in this business, most of these are private companies, for the most part.
All 19 that I'm talking about are all private.
There's ways to play those in the public market stuff. For example, OpenAI, we talked about it last week. If you were to own shares in Microsoft is a huge owner of OpenAI. I don't know if you believe that that price tag is actually embedded in their stock at all. SoftBank,
order submitted.
For example, a public company that you could actually invest in today would get you into OpenAI. They just put in $30 billion into this company. So my question is, if you were to sort of peel back the onion on this, and by the way, there's other companies, including Fidelity, T. Rowe, and others that also have exposure to this. Are there ways for the public to play the privates in this context?
For sure. I mean, that's what you saw with the NVIDIA stock as well. That was sort of the original.
Right, but that's the easiest way. That's a straight way to do it. I'm saying, unfortunately, you have to do a sort of bank shot situation.
Yes. If you think about this, too, those 19 companies have raised year-to-date $65 billion. That's half the inflows of the U.S. equities market. So a lot of people are trying to invest in these while they're still private. But at this rate, there's a question of whether they ever need to go public.
Right. Kelly, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, coming up, closer look at the
Order
impact
filled.
of tariffs on Christmas shopping. That's
Order
next. Squawk Box
submitted.
will be right back.
Comcast Business Advanced Networking and Security Solutions help turn businesses into logistics mastering, supply chain transforming,
Order
seamlessly
filled.
restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering,
Order filled.
cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the
Order
world
filled.
of modern businesses. Powering the engine
Order
of modern
filled.
business, Comcast
Order
Business.
submitted.
This message is for guys who like being guys. We're Public Rec, a clothing brand for guys who don't do fussy or fashiony. With stretchy, breathable fabrics and actual sizing that fits real life, we offer a cheat code for looking good without looking like you tried. You stay comfortable with who you are. We keep you comfortable while you do you. Public Rec, never change.
Order filled.
See, I made this one crooked.
This moment, story time for Sarah. It means everything to them and to all of us. At Evernorth, we make complex care journeys simpler with comprehensive coordinated care for better patient outcomes. Now, Sarah's grandma doesn't spend all day at the infusion center. She gets her treatment at home with Evernorth's specialty pharmacy, Accredo. So Sarah never misses story time. Evernorth Specialty Services, because every moment counts.
Weeknights.
This may mark a whole new phase of the bull market, the phase of ludicrous valuations. You have to hope that thing was a one-and-done bout of enthusiasm. It just can't be the norm.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Sweeten your summer at Paris Baguette with strawberry pistachio treats freshly made to make your day. Bite into decadent cake and flaky pastries layered with pistachio custard and fresh strawberries, each handcrafted by our expert bakers. Pair them with an expertly crafted pistachio latte or cold brew.
Order
Stop
filled.
into your local Paris Baguette
Order
bakery today
submitted.
or order online at parisbaguette.com.
Unique flavors, there's an HEB Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason, here, everything's better.
And some deals news this morning. Building products maker HNI is buying Steelcase in cash and stock. The implied per share purchase is $18.30 with a total consideration of about $2.2 billion.
And Amphenol is set to buy CommScope's connectivity and cable solutions business for $10.5 billion in cash. That deal will expand Amphenol's fiber optic and industrial interconnect business. It's expected to add $3.6 billion in sales next year. CommScope plans to use the proceeds to repay debt, redeem preferred equity, and return excess cash to shareholders. That deal is expected to close in the first half of 2026. Both those stocks trading higher this morning. CommScope up by about 41%. Amphenol higher by 4.5%.
This week on CNBC, we're taking a closer look at the impact of President Trump's tariffs across various industries. Right now, here's a look at how Christmas products could be affected.
87
87% of Christmas decor comes from China, and the rest comes from other Southeast Asian countries. And so there's quite a big tariff impact that's hitting this year. And so what many retailers are looking at is they're saying, hey, the average tariff I'm paying across these countries is going to be about 25%. And I don't want to spend more than my original $100 million. What we think that means this year is there's going to be about 15% fewer goods on shelves this year than normal. Once you start seeing the big box stores bringing goods in, I think you have, 6 weeks after those come in to find what you want. And then I think we're going to start seeing these shortages. We sell specialty lights that are still made in China, and so with a 63% tariff, we didn't think that consumers were going to be willing to pay that price jump. We couldn't buy as many goods this year because we had to save money to pay the tariffs, so one of the categories we cut temporarily for this season are our Christmas lights. See a huge bump in our daily sales starting on November 1st because people are taking down Halloween, and then November is really the big month for Christmas decor sales, and it peaks over Thanksgiving weekend in the United States. Christmas in July this year, which is a big event for us, was actually very soft, specifically in the U.S. market, and that certainly makes us nervous heading into this holiday season.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Want to know exactly where to put your money right now? I'll tell you the same thing I told my mom. Follow the 3-stock secret. This is how my mom earned 3,400% gains over the years, beating 90% of professional money managers along the way, and she never has to worry about money again. Hi, my name is Joel Littman. I'm a certified public accountant who started on Wall Street more than 30 plus years ago. And today I feel so strongly about my 3-stock strategy. It's what I advise everyone I care about to do with their personal money. My childhood neighbor Tom, for example, has used it to make 400% on his stocks in recent years. Today, I want to show you this secret too. The 3-stock secret is the culmination of my life's work. I developed after years of watching Wall Street issue the exact wrong advice on what to buy and when to sell at critical times like right now. And I want to show you why you don't need Wall Street or the mainstream financial media, and why you don't need dozens of stocks or a bunch of expensive advisors. You just need the 3 investments I'll detail for you today. Even the world's greatest investor, Warren Buffett, says he's planning to follow a nearly identical approach with his own money in the years to come. As a member of the Global CFA Institute, the same organization started by Warren Buffett's teacher, Ben Graham, more than 75 years ago, I'm convinced the 3-stock secret is the absolute best way to make very large gains with the least amount of risk and stress. And now I'm going public today with a full explanation on how it all works. I'm doing this because the 3-stock secret is the best way to grow rich, not only for wealthy people like me who are so busy, but also for regular folks like my mom who just wants to spend more time with her hobbies and grandkids. Life is a lot more fun when you're not always worried about money. She's earned 3,400% stock gains over the years using this 3-stock secret and never has to worry about money again. The 3-stock secret is the absolute best way to make large gains with the least amount of risk and worry. Visit the website on your screen to see how it all works and if this approach is right for you.
Breaking earnings news. Caterpillar, Pfizer, Walt Disney, McDonald's. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC+.
Futures right now, as you can see, gaining back a little bit of Friday's declines, up about 200 now. Dow's been weaker than the other two averages. NASDAQ obviously has all those AI-related issues and is held up a little bit better. Markets are going to continue to digest the surprisingly weak jobs data and other events from last Friday. Let's bring in Jeremy Siegel, Professor Emeritus of Finance at University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business and Chief Economist at Wisdom Tree. I think you're, Jeremy, Professor, your ship's coming in. The economy has been weaker than people thought, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and first of all, I'm not going to let the BLS off the hook. I mean, you talk about how to fix it. Make these questionnaires mandatory and give them a time limit to fill it out. I think the response rate's down to 60%. I mean, that's unacceptable for the most important statistic that we have. It's almost like we're sending them out, fill it out when you can. We know you like to go to the beach in the summer, so it might be a little bit late. This is just not acceptable today. We need that response rate has to go up. And when you make the biggest mistake in 50 years, why? Why wasn't there an explanation? I mean, who's reporting wrong and why? And, there was no, transparency there. And I'm not going to try to justify the firing or not. But, in this world of the internet and instantaneous response, this idea of reports coming in weeks late, I think is just totally unacceptable. And it changed monetary policy. I mean, I definitely think there would have been a rate cut at the July meeting had we known the numbers were as weak as it was. And, I think, I know one of your past, we're talking about inversion of the term structure. I measured from Fed funds to the 10-year, and it's inverted. And normally the Fed funds is 120 basis points below the 10-year, and that definitely argues for lower than 4.33%. So they need to move on this.
That's interesting. So I'm wondering whether you can ever expect a sort of a government-run entity to get it together, or you couldn't do this. I mean, we do have some private data from ADP. Is it possible to fix this? And you're absolutely right. If Jay Powell and the rest of the Fed are banking on the current numbers that they get, and then they can be off by that much, monetary policy is hard enough with the right numbers. If you got the wrong numbers, you don't have. Maybe actually, if you got the wrong numbers, maybe it'd be better. I don't know. Maybe they end up doing the right thing.
And by the way, I think Loretta Mester, mentioned the JOLTS report. I think the JOLTS report response is down to 20%. It's less than half the pre-COVID. Listen, COVID is over. We can't keep on using COVID, as a excuse for not getting the data. This is just critically important. And why wasn't there a big conversation? We're not getting the data, or when we get the data, it's wrong. And why is it wrong? And why aren't we mandating time limits for returning these questionnaires? I mean, a 60% response rate. They send it out to, I think, 400,000 firms. This is not individuals. This is firms that have the ability with the internet to get that information back. I don't understand it. And so, listen, I don't think it was political at all, but I'm not going to let the BLS off the hook. Over the last 2 years, they should have been working on this problem.
Well, okay, so in the meantime, since Liberation Day, we've recovered all those gains, set a series of new highs. We had some weakness last week, but okay, so now we have the specter of really maybe a weakening labor market. Yeah. Maybe you have that offset by the possibility of some rate cuts back on the table, more than people thought. But you also have, we just had a report on the tariffs and the effect on Christmas. So you've got valuations that are probably pretty high again. So, yeah. I mean, what do you do with the stock market here? Are you back thinking maybe we're ready for another pause? What's up, Andy? You got some?
Well, I think the bull trend is still on. I think we are waiting. I mean, as a last, message about the tariffs, maybe I think the effect's going to hit before Christmas. I think we're going to begin to see that. But don't forget, I mean, most economists think it's going to be one maybe 1.5% of GDP. First half of this year we had 1.2, and the year before we had almost 2.5. So we're already kind of seeing that effect. The question is, can AI power us through that effect? I think that's the hope of the market. Can we raise productivity enough through AI to offset the one-time drag, and it is a one-time drag of the tariffs? And don't forget, we haven't seen any retaliation so far. That is a positive. We did with China right away, with the first of all, the rates and then the rare earth. But on the others, we haven't seen that retaliation. So it is not as serious as we feared at first, but doesn't mean it's not going to have any effect. The question is, can we raise that productivity enough through AI? And I think the market says, yes, we can. There's enough slack in corporations to take up a lot of the loss that we might experience through the tariff tax. And I think that could still argue for an upward tilt to the end of the year. What I want to see is ordinary firms beginning to use AI to bring that productivity to the fore.
Professor, I just want to go back to one thing you said, which is, and I don't disagree with you, I agree that we need to make the BLS better at capturing the numbers more quickly, getting better information in, and I don't know about the models themselves. But I would just suggest to you that has been almost an ex post facto rationale, because the original rationale that we heard on Friday from the president was that he said the numbers were rigged. They were rigged against him. That's what he said, factually, empirically.
I'm not supporting that, Andrew. I absolutely do not think they were rigged. I mean, I think that is a wrong statement, but an incorrect statement. That does not absolve the BLS for not trying to get better data over the last 2 years and not explaining the big mistakes of this month.
All right, Professor Siegel, thank you. Got that off your chest? Seems
Yeah,
like
I got
you
it off my chest.
All right, we'll see you next time. Thanks.
All right, when we come back, get ready for the trading week ahead. We've got the Squawk Planner coming up. And at the top of the next hour, Kevin Hassett defending President Trump's decision to fire the head of the BLS after Friday's weak jobs report, the big revisions that came through. Hassett will join us live from the White House. Squawk Box will be right back.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya helps you choose the right amounts without over or under investing, so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
Voya, well planned, well invested.
Repair Clinic came to AmericanEagle.com with a pressing need for digital expertise to serve our expanding parts and software business. AmericanEagle.com optimized our website, turning our proprietary data, content, and diagnostics into a powerful platform that reaches more DIYers, pros, and enterprise clients than ever before. If you're looking for an agency who can solve your complex digital challenges, contact AmericanEagle.com today.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
It's about political points.
Sweeten your summer at Paris Baguette with strawberry pistachio treats freshly made to make your day. Bite into decadent cake and flaky pastries layered with pistachio custard and fresh strawberries, each handcrafted by our expert bakers. Pair them with an expertly crafted pistachio latte or cold brew. Stop into your local Paris Baguette bakery today or order online at parisbaguette.com.
Unique flavors, there's an H-E-B Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason, here, everything's better.
On this week's Squawk Planner, earnings season continues to roll on. We're not going to get as many names as we saw last week, but you're going to still be hearing from some big ones. We'll be hearing from Palantir after today's closing bell. Tomorrow, you've got Caterpillar, Pfizer, Amgen, and AMD. On Wednesday, we'll hear from Disney, McDonald's, Uber, and Airbnb, and then on Thursday, Eli Lilly and Warner Brothers Discovery. It is a light week for economic data. Maybe you can breathe a sigh of relief after all the data we've gotten and the controversy has kicked up recently, but we will be getting international trade numbers for June tomorrow, and then we have jobless claims and productivity numbers on Thursday.
Coming up, some deal news. Joby Aviation is buying Blade's passenger business. We're going to discuss what it means with the CEOs of both companies when they join us next, first on CNBC.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made these $15 bills. You know, it's green, Mint saves you money, maybe my face is on it, maybe the back of my head as well. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial here, and now I have a lot of counterfeit money to burn.
Only ServiceNow connects every corner of your business, putting AI to work for people.
Every corner?
Every corner, Nick. So Kate in HR, hey Kate, can focus on people, not process. Patty in IT is using AI agents to deal with the small stuff so she can work on the big stuff. AI helps Jim solve customer problems before they're problems.
Oh, so we all work better together.
My work here is done.
Excuse me, which way back?
Down, up, right,
Order
left,
canceled.
inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
This is more than a mattress. This is the Grand Luxe, where thoughtful luxury meets the art of sleep. Featuring the finest natural materials, every layer, every stitch is crafted for unparalleled breathability and support. Sustainably sourced, meticulously crafted. The pinnacle of conscious comfort. Because luxury isn't just how it feels, it's how it's made. Experience the Grand Luxe mattress by Avocado. Dream of better.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing Bell Overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. New this morning, Joby Aviation is acquiring Blade's passenger business. And joining us right now, first on CNBC's Joby Aviation founder and CEO, JoBen Berit, and Blade founder and CEO Rob Wiesenthal. Good morning.
Good morning.
To both of you. This is a big deal. We've known this guy for quite some time, with Blade helicopters to the Hamptons and all sorts of things like that. And we've known you as somebody who's trying to revolutionize the world of eVTOLs. So this is the combination is something. Explain what's actually happening here, because it's a little bit complicated. It's not just the sale of Blade to Joby, because there's another piece of your business that's going to actually remain as a standalone public company.
Correct. So this morning we announced the sale of Blade's passenger division of Blade to Joby, because this is an incredible way to really accelerate the commercialization of eVTOL, like we've been talking about for many, many years now. But Blade's largest business is the medical business. We're the largest air transporter of human organs in the United States, and it represents about 2/3 of our revenues and about 88% of our cash flow. And the company will be renamed Strata Medical. Okay. So Blade will exist, but focusing on its core business as a pure play, purely medical logistics, specifically air transportation of
But this is a larger idea of, effectively, you've been talking about democratizing aviation, both of you, for a very long time. Do you think now, okay, so with this Blade brand, which I think has a lot of resonance, at least with a certain sector, is over time your plan that Blade becomes a brand within Joby? Is Joby the brand? What does this look like for you?
Yeah, so Blade and Rob and the Blade team have done just a spectacular job building a really incredible service with today's existing aircraft. And what we're excited about is taking our quiet aircraft, our electric air taxis, and bringing them to Blade's fleet and accelerating this future. That's really, really exciting.
But he's coming along with you.
Absolutely.
As part of this deal.
Rob has created, and that was a critical part of the element of this for me, was bringing Rob along. He has created an incredible company, an incredible team, and an incredible experience for his customers. And so that's...
So how quickly are we going to see eVTOLs branded with Blade along the side?
So let me break that down in a couple of ways. Okay. First, we have the executive order where the White House is leaning into a really unprecedented degree. We have the Department of Transportation and the FAA moving faster than they've ever moved before. We see regulators around the world really, really excited about these technologies. So we see incredible momentum on that side. We also have the Joby team, which is just knocking it out of the park on the certification side and scaling manufacturing, where we're doubling our manufacturing rate, and really, so now is the time to double down and focus on commercialization.
And you have approval to at least be testing this in Dubai. That's where this is all...
Exactly. So we've got our first aircraft in Dubai. We began doing hot weather flights on wing with the pilot.
What's hot weather mean? I mean, it's hot in Dubai. I know that part.
Yeah. So we were flying in temperatures of over 110 degrees.
Oh my gosh.
So it's...
How does that change the... I mean, because I've been in helicopters when you've had some of that, and it can bounce you around a lot more.
Yeah. So the ride quality was really good. The key piece, one of the key pieces, is really testing all the systems on the aircraft to make sure that we've tested them in the lab, but testing them in a cohesive whole, including the air conditioning systems, and making sure that everything is ready for prime time is critical. And now it's time to start producing a lot of these and to start to roll the service out in Dubai this next year. Additionally, we think with the executive order that we can pull the timeline, there may be the potential to pull the timeline on commercialization here in the U.S. and to, as you said, put the Blade brand on one of Joby's aircraft and fly here in New York.
Right. What does this look like? I mean, how quickly is this all going to happen in the U.S.? And I assume the Blade brand will be here in the U.S., but it will also be international, because you guys fly elsewhere too.
We're international, as you know, and Southern Europe is one of our biggest markets. It's been terrific. I think it's important to point out that, remember, even at this desk years ago, we never named this company Blade Helicopter. It was Blade Urban Air Mobility, because it was always about facilitating this transition to electric aircraft, because they're quiet and emission-free. And as you know, in New York, noise, emissions, all that. And with quiet, we're going to unlock more landing zones. Any pair of landing zones is a brand new business. So to have that kind of exponential growth, within a company of his size, $14 billion company, this is just going to be a rapid acceleration of commercialization.
Right.
You have the routes, the brand, the flyers, over 100,000 people flown, in 2024. It's that and consumer to cockpit technology, the whole stack. We're talking about an asset swap. We fly more people vertically than any other company in the world. So this is really, I think you're going to see this jumpstart the industry.
And then as a brand, in terms of long term, how does this all work? In terms of people think about Blade as sort of the upscale Uber of air taxis. I know you don't like the phrase air taxis. Maybe you do. I don't know.
But it starts out, really, if you think about it, if you look at Tesla, right? They started with the Roadster, it was $150,000. Now they're taxi cabs. I mean, right now we're close to Uber Black pricing, and then over time, with Jobin's technology, very fewer moving parts, less maintenance, a lot of automation involved, scale manufacturing. You're going to get that price down, so it's not just for the few, it will be for the many. It's going to change the face of transportation in big cities, there's no question. And
will we all have an app and just be, and we'll have the Uber app? I mean, we'll have the Blade app, or we'll have a Joby app? What will it look like?
So we have the Blade app. We also acquired the Elevate team from Uber, and we've been continuing to mature that technology. We've got Elevate OS, which is both all the software that runs on the back end on the servers. We also have all of the Rider app, the customer service app, the Pilot app, and we'll be taking all that technology and bringing it to Blade to further elevate the customer experience there.
Will we fly with a pilot or no pilot?
So initially, it's just like today. It's with a pilot on board. Okay. And as Rob talked about, there will be progressive levels of automation over time.
How do you feel about that?
Good thing.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations. It's fascinating. And then, by the way, we should say there's going to be this remaining company.
Yes, Strata Critical Medical.
Which will be a publicly traded company.
Publicly traded.
Who's going to run that company?
Will Hayburn, our CFO, and Melissa Tomkiel, our president. I'll stay on as chairman of the board. Okay. And also, I should point out that Jobin has agreed to really to an incredible deal with us. So we will be the very first air transporter of human organs that uses eVTOL. So there's an alliance back from Joby to Strata.
You promise you'll wait till I'm dead.
I will.
Before they harvest your organs?
Yeah.
Exactly. It's always been a
small request.
It's always been a kind of tough thing for you to talk about.
Yes. No, I'm hesitant to do it because I'm not sure they wait. I'm really, that's been the latest. You saw the news. You're waiting.
Okay. Well, I'm excited about all this.
It's all taking getting better every day and saving lives and improving outcomes every day, Joe.
I need my organ. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Great.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, it is just after 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Among our top stories this morning, President Trump says that he will appoint a new commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics over the next few days. Erica McAnterfer was fired by the president on Friday after a dismal jobs report. The president says that he believes the BLS data has been politically manipulated. NEC Director Kevin Hassett defended that move over the weekend. He'll be joining us in just a few minutes. And breaking earlier this morning, Tesla's board has approved an interim pay package for Elon Musk of 96 million shares. The board says it's a good faith payment that honors Musk's 2018 deal that was struck down by a Delaware court. It also says that it's a first step to encourage Musk to refocus his energies on Tesla. And Berkshire Hathaway reporting a second quarter results over the weekend. Also, they reported a decline in operating profit because of insurance underwriting premiums falling. The company's cash pile remained near a record high at just over $344 billion. The conglomerate once again issuing a warning over President Trump's tariffs and the potential impact on its various businesses.
Let's get to the trading week ahead. Trading month, really. Mike Santoli joins us now from the New York Stock Exchange. August isn't great, is it? Historically, not as good as July, right?
No. Historically, not great. Actually, even in good years when the trend has been higher through July, August has sometimes been a payback month. Basically, August, September have tended to be weaker. It doesn't mean that they're negative on average, but they're definitely less generous. Of course, got off to a pretty rough start on the first day of August on Friday. Really just a wobble at this point in a overbought market. Anybody would have said probably that the market had to cool off. Obviously, a big reassessment of the economic underpinnings, although there is obviously greater expectation of a September Fed rate cut, and the interest rate sensitive parts of the market are starting to get a bid like home builders. I would just have the 50-day moving average in here as a general framework for what would a normal pullback look like, and everything is pointing to this area around 6,100 to 6,150. That's the prior high in February, so wouldn't be weird for the market to check back to that area. That would be very benign. We're a little less than 3% off the intraday high right now. That'd be like a 5% down move, and of course that's also where the 50-day average starts to come in there. So I think a lot of the bulls are saying that would be your most favorable outcome if this pullback is going to have more to go. And we actually have a buy the dip instinct today in a lot of stocks. Take a look here at the higher beta or more aggressive and volatile parts of the market relative to the S&P 500. This is a one-year chart, and you see just how the more aggressive component of the S&P 500 has really lifted off. That's the part of the market where you're probably going to have to see the greatest cooling. So sometimes it's more expensive, faster moving stocks. That's where a lot of the kind of excess might have been in the short term. Now, take a look here at consumer discretionary on an equal weighted basis, because obviously you get a softer labor market print. You have other slowdown signs, and you're sort of below the former high here in terms of the average consumer cyclical stock. So you have to be aware of that, because it has been a bit of comfort to show that cyclicals have been outperforming defensives. They still are on a trend basis, but a lot of things like this. The equal-weighted S&P also looks like this, where it's kind of working below the prior highs. So we'll see if we can have some resolution this week, Joe.
All right, time will tell, Mike. Thank you. All right, we'll see you.
Coming up, White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett is defending President Trump's decision to fire the head of the BLS. He's going to join us right after the break. And then later, we're going to get reaction from former Labor Secretary Elaine Chao. Squawk Box coming right back.
You've asked me that 3 times already.
I did? This is exactly how it started with Mom.
Worried about your brain health? Cerefolin Brain Wellness has a dual-action formula that slows cognitive decline while improving memory, focus, and concentration. Those taking Cerefolin Brain Wellness experienced a slower rate of brain shrinkage. Now also available without a prescription at cerefolin.com and Amazon.
It changed my mind.
Neurologist recommended Cerefolin Brain Wellness.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights, on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
Y'all make sure y'all get 3 for $5 because they ain't advertising it, honey.
Oh, we're advertising it. Get 3 pieces of our crispy, juicy signature chicken for just $5. How's that?
Let's go to Popeyes.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
Bill Burr, Jim Gaffigan, Alana Glazer, Roy Wood Jr., and Krista Stefano are not funny.
What?
They're hilarious.
You know it's not a good joke when you have to explain it.
Brand new stand-up specials, now streaming.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The fallout continues after President Trump fired the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics following a dismal jobs report. Joining us right now is White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. Kevin, want to thank you for joining us. Let's just start with a very basic question. The president said on Friday that he believed that these numbers were rigged, that they were politically motivated. Do you believe that to be true?
You know, as an economist, I like to go for what I can prove, and what I can prove is that the data have become very unreliable. As you know, I've been on this show, on Squawk Box, before I was here at the White House, pretty much every jobs day for the last 20, 25 years, right? We would come up to New York, and I'd be on set, and we'd talk about the jobs numbers. And when I looked at the revisions that came out last week, I thought they had to be a typo or something. You probably thought so, too. And, you know, it's something that has been a work in progress for us at OMB and CEA here at the White House to try to understand why the data have become so unreliable. You know, there's some part of the story about response rates and so on, but I think it's really important now that we get a fresh set of eyes over there to try to modernize the labor data, because it has to be transparent, it has to be reliable, it has to be something the market can make big bets on. And right now it's not. When the revisions are bigger than the number itself, then you know you got troubles.
Kevin, here's the question, though, and I think we can agree that there could be a modernization effort, an effort to improve the way the numbers are collected so you aren't getting into this revision scenario. Perhaps the model itself needs to be rethought. Sure. I think there's probably a wide agreement on that. However, Janet Yellen said over the weekend that this is what happens in a banana republic when it's considered to be political to remove somebody like that. And as I mentioned, the comment, at least initially, was that this was a rigged effort, that these numbers were being politically manipulated. And so my question to you is, to the extent you want these numbers to have credibility and you want this department to have credibility, who do you think would be the right kind of person that would be able to reestablish whatever credibility you think was lost on Friday, recognizing that the credibility, if you will, of that group may not be as high as you'd want it to be on the sort of metrics of the numbers and your views that the numbers are not as good as they should be, but not that they're being politically manipulated?
Right. Well, first of all, they could be politically manipulated because they're so untransparent. There's a black box system out there making the jobs numbers that needs to be improved. Indeed, the UK saw a similar circumstance like this a few years ago, and they actually shut down the data agency for a month or so until they got their ducks in a row. The fact is that we had these blockbuster numbers for Joe Biden last year that suddenly we lost about 1 million of them after he dropped out of the election. The fact is that you know, I'm an economist, I'm not a politician, but when politicians look at numbers that make them wonder, then that suggests that there needs to be more transparency. So, for example, if I'm running the BLS and I have the biggest revision, really think about it, the biggest revision outside of COVID in 50 years, then it's incumbent on me to explain why in a very transparent way, to show how the numbers add up, to show exactly where the revision came from and what you're doing to address it so it doesn't happen again. If you don't do that, then you create a circumstance where politicians are going to wonder. And for goodness sakes, we know that hopefully not much of the data area, but all over the U.S. government, there have been people who have been resisting Trump everywhere they can. And so to make sure that that's not going to happen in the data agencies, to make sure that the data are as transparent and as reliable as possible, we're going to get highly qualified people in there that have a fresh start and a fresh set of eyes on the problem.
So, Kevin, what I was wondering was I'm ascribing all kinds of conspiracies now, theories to the president and calling for Jay Powell for months to be fired. Do you acknowledge maybe that, I mean, there were two risks from tariffs, and I don't know which one you think was more of a risk for the Fed. One is that the uncertainty that businesses had might cause something to slow down, hiring, capital expenditure. That might affect the labor market or the economy in terms of growth. And the other one was whether the one-time cost increases.
Order
there
submitted.
Could be retaliation, and it ends up being a second derivative, and it ends up being inflation.
Order
but
submitted.
I could see the president wanting lower rates as sort of to go hand in hand with a tariff regime. And then I thought if he insisted on it enough, which Bach, basically put Jay Powell into a corner, he couldn't cut. then when the economy does slow down, you've got a fall guy ready-made for the president to point to for why it's not the tariffs, it's that Jay Powell didn't cut rates. Do you acknowledge that maybe there was a slowdown to be expected from the tariffs that maybe you foresaw?
Well, I mean, what we talked about on your show, Joe, is that we think that, especially at the beginning, that a lot of the tariffs are going to be borne by foreign producers and foreign countries, and that's something we've seen in the data. Again, inflation data are down now at the lowest level that we've seen in over 5 years. And so the bottom line is, I say, the frustration that the president has is that he believes that other countries have cut rates and the U.S. hasn't, and he worries, just as with the BLS, he worries that maybe there's some partisan calculus going on here. And if you look at the Fed votes, it's very disappointing, I think, as a person who's long believed in the independence of the Fed, that we would have Fed votes that were separated along party lines. It's very disappointing to me that the Fed would be putting an explanation out there for these unusually high rates, that there's this massive uncertainty and massive inflation coming from tariffs without actually showing us their work.
Right.
So give us some work so that we could actually, give us the work, show us
Kevin,
why you think it is, and then maybe we'll be convinced and know it's not partisan.
Chuck Schumer wants you fired, so I don't know. He hasn't said that he wants you taken out like the Supreme Court justice, but he says you need to be fired because you're a flack. Which is unheard of with people in your role. We've never seen that before.
You're serious. You're reading an actual...
Yeah, no, this is where I was going to go with it. Because if you read the whole thing, Kevin, just because you probably haven't seen it, unless you did before you...
I can see it now on the screen.
It says Kevin Hassett should be fired. He's defending Trump's lies about the jobs report and the firing of Erica McIver. The business community should demand a flack like him has no role at the Fed. Interestingly, you don't have a role at the Fed, but that's a separate matter.
I'm sure President Trump's going to rush out to fire me today because he has such high regard for Chuck Schumer.
Hey, Kevin, let me ask you, back to Joe's point, though, just the markets seem to believe the revisions in the numbers more than they believe the original numbers. That's why you saw bond yields tumble on Friday. Are you in agreement with that? Do you think we are starting to see a real slowdown in the jobs market?
Yeah, I think the jobs numbers were slower than we expected. I think that, like, one of the explanations for revisions is they have more complete data. And so I think it is likely that the revisions are a better read of the data if the data are not being manipulated. And so, yeah, I would say that it's a little bit weaker. But don't forget, this is before the big, beautiful bill is really kicking in. And so with our eyes on the horizon, we're highly optimistic about the future of this economy. We've got the big, beautiful bill. We've got expensing of factories, got no taxes on tips. We've got incomes going up $10,000 for a typical family. And we've got all of that happening while the budget deficit's declining rapidly because of the tariff revenue. And so there are a lot of really good reasons to be super optimistic about the second half of the year. But absolutely, that jobs number, if the revision turns out to be true, does suggest that there's less momentum than we thought. And you know, you could say that the dissenters at the Fed saw this coming. They specifically mentioned that there were signs of labor market weakening. They were pointing, I think, to the ADP release as much as anything. And so, yeah, I think that the pressure on the Fed to get its policy in order is going to be higher because of this. And that's, you know, proving that the president was right about it.
I want to go back to one thing that was said by the president, and I think you maybe referred to it as well.
Filled.
This idea that
Submitted.
These numbers were politically motivated, and most importantly, that this idea that somehow before the election they were being manipulated. And the thing that I'm unclear about is the revisions came before the election, though. Meaning, when I say the revisions, it looked like the economy started to actually peter out and wasn't doing as well, which I think to some degree might have helped the president. I don't know. Before the ultimate date of the election. Is that not right in terms of just the timing of all of these revisions?
The big 818,000 revision did happen before the election, but it was after Joe Biden had withdrawn. And so it looks, to partisans, like they were jacking up the jobs numbers until Joe Biden was out of the picture. I'm not saying that that's what they did, but you really don't want to have partisan patterns in these massive revision data items, and the way to do that is to have transparency so that people know where the revisions come from. And so I think it's a massive failure of our data agencies to be making willy-nilly changes that are difficult to understand and often have apparently partisan patterns. And so that's something that's got to stop.
Do you wish the president had waited a couple of days before making this decision and maybe coming out with whoever the next person was at the same time?
You know, I think the president has a better sense of what conversation he wants to drive and when than anybody I've ever seen in politics. So I don't question that, no.
If you don't have a suggestion for BLS, who do you think the next member of the Fed should be? Is there a short list? Are you involved in
Secretary Bessent is leading a list, and I understand that the top of the list is a guy you might have heard of named Joe Kiernan.
That's how the president pronounces my name, too. It's Kernan. It's Kernan.
I say Kernan. Yeah, I got it. I'm doing my best. I'm 0 for 2 with names with you guys.
Yeah, exactly. You're 0 for 2, Ken.
You got to call me Keith from now on, I guess.
Yeah, Keith. That's right.
Kevin, before we let you go, let's just talk tariffs for a moment, because obviously we're going to hit this new deadline. I know it's not been suggested it's a new deadline, but it's coming on the 7th. What do you expect in terms of deals before then?
Oh, I think there'll be a couple of things finalized this week. There's been a lot of movement. But don't forget that after the reciprocal tariffs kick in, then what's going to happen is that we'll continue to talk, and there'll be more deals after that. But the reciprocal tariffs will be effective as of that date. And so I think that the president has put a lot of leverage over people with his reciprocal tariffs, and we're getting amazing deals. Think about it. All these countries, about half of world GDP has opened up like never before to U.S. trade. It's fantastic.
Kevin, one other question. A CEO actually asked me over the weekend, do you think that these trade deals are going to be open for negotiation in an ongoing way? Not the ones that haven't been reached, but even the ones that have been reached. So, for example, you know, in Europe, there's going to be a debate, I imagine, between the U.S. and Europe over time about big tech and digital taxes and the like, and whether the tariff piece in the future becomes a chess piece in that, meaning that either you move it, you move the tariff up as a leverage point, or you move it down as a thank you if they change things. So, and the reason I ask is I think there's a whole business community that's trying to say to themselves, how permanent are these tariff rates at this number, and how movable or fungible do they become over time?
Order submitted.
I think for the most part that everybody should bank on it, that the tariffs are resolved. And, you know, should some country come to President Trump with some deal that's great for the American people, of course he's going to listen. But for the most part, the tariff uncertainty period is behind us. We've already closed deals with about half of world GDP. And the other half will get some more deals, and we'll also finalize the reciprocal rates. And then I think that we're more or less not done, because President Trump's always open for business. But I think that we found a sweet spot, really, where countries have opened their markets to our goods, and we're getting some revenue from them that is helping us reduce the deficit and maybe even give a little tax refund to people in the next reconciliation bill.
Okay, Kevin, thank you. Appreciate your time this morning. You bet.
All right, still to come this morning, why Tom Lee expects new S&P highs this month, and we'll get to his feelings about the Fed's wait-and-see approach. The futures this morning are looking up after that down day on Friday. Dow futures indicated up by 220 points, S&P futures up by 36, the NASDAQ up by 185. Squawk Box will be right back.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya helps you choose the right amounts without over or under investing.
Order submitted.
Across all your benefits and savings options, so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
They really know how to put 2 and 2 together. Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
At Public, the high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
When it's time to start your business, it's time for Shopify. Designed with easy-to-customize themes. Sell everywhere people shop. And never miss a sale with the world's best converting checkout. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
Nearly home. This place ain't big enough for the 3 of us. Looks like y'all got a case of the zoomies.
Reba.
Have y'all seen the real view maps on Realtor.com? You can easily compare homes by lot size. Who wants to find their dream house? Realtor.com.
Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. Partnering to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation.
Order
because
submitted.
Grit and vision, working in lockstep, puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas.
Order submitted.
Morgan Stanley.
In this collection, we
Order
have 3
filled.
new styles of leggings that have never
Order
been done
filled.
before. All the leggings are going to give you the butt you've always wanted. No squats required. Get any 2 leggings for just $24 when you sign up and become a new Fabletics VIP member.
New Skechers Aeroburst, running shoes that push the laws of aerodynamics. It all starts with Skechers Hyperburst technology,
Order
supercritical
submitted.
foam that gives Aeroburst unbelievable response and propulsion, plus a carbon-infused H-plate that returns more energy. Skechers Aeroburst.
CNBC. Live ambitiously.
What do you make of this? The resurgence in meme stocks.
Some of these traders, they're just asking ChatGPT which one of these has the most propensity to run.
What was the 9-hour? The Votorama? I called it a kabuki dance.
There was a report Berkshire Hathaway-owned railroad BNSF was looking into a takeover. Just got off the phone with Warren Buffett. We can report that is not true.
Take that off the list, at least for now.
Now.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
More than 3,000 union members who build Boeing's fighter jets in St. Louis and Illinois are going on strike today. The Machinists Union rejected a second contract offer yesterday that would have raised average wages by 40%. Boeing says it has contingency plans to use non-union workers. What are those guys called?
Pejoratively?
Yeah.
Are you asking?
Yeah. No.
All right, Tesla's sales of China-made electric vehicles fell 8.4% in July from a year earlier, reversing a small increase in June. This comes amid rising competition from rivals offering lower-priced new models. Deliveries of China-made Model 3 and Model Y vehicles, including
Order
exports
filled.
to Europe and other markets, were down
Order
by
filled.
5.2% from June, and you can see Tesla shares up by
Order
about
submitted.
2.2%.
Lyft now partnering with China's Baidu to deploy robo-taxis across Europe starting next year. This marks the Chinese tech giant's first foray into the European self-driving taxi sector. The partnership will launch initially in Germany and the United Kingdom, with Baidu's electric robo-taxis operating on Lyft's platform. Now, the deal gives Lyft access to operations in 9 countries, more than
Order
180
submitted.
cities, marking its first expansion outside
Order
North America.
submitted.
You might remember from many years, we talked to the founders of Lyft and the CEO of Lyft about whether they wanted to be an international business, and their whole thing was, we are domestic, domestic, domestic. Let Uber go do that. Clearly, this is a move that will put them
Order
even
filled.
more closely in competition with Uber internationally.
In the meantime, Spotify shares are rising in the pre-market. The music streaming service is raising its subscription price in some markets starting in September. South Asia, the Middle East and Africa, and the Asia-Pacific region will all see prices jump to $13.86 a month from about $12.50 a month now. Spotify stock is up nearly 100% just over the last year.
Up next, Federal Reserve Board Governor Adriana Kugler is stepping down, giving the president an opportunity to appoint someone, perhaps, who agrees with his views. We'll discuss that next. Plus, more on Friday's jobs revisions, the firing of the BLS chief, and much more with former Labor Secretary Elaine Chao. Squawk Box will be right back.
Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars?
Well, that's as ridiculous as rock stars being corporate types.
Workday's AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Sorry, habit. Proceed.
So that's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they?
Oh, interns. We're interns. Good night!
I'll see you tomorrow.
Nate Jones steps up to the mirror, lines things up, towels off, checks his
Order
fidelity
filled.
app. Looks to outside analysts to get a second
Order
opinion.
filled.
Nate likes what he sees. Same page? And he places the trade.
Order
Before
filled.
anyone hears him talking to himself.
Order submitted.
Buy U.S. stocks
Order
and ETFs
filled.
for as little as $1 with no commissions. Talk about easier investing.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Weeknights.
This may mark a whole new phase of the bull market, the phase of ludicrous valuations. You have to hope that thing was a one-and-done bout of enthusiasm. It just can't be the norm.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled.
You found it then.
Order submitted.
Of course I did. Good boy.
Nope, you're not imagining it. The average grocery bill is now at its
Now at its highest point in over a decade. There's no sunny side to this. Egg prices are...
Your coffee run is costing more these days. Drivers are paying more.
Prices are up, but not at Metro. We've lowered prices, and you get a 5-year price guarantee. One line of unlimited 5G is now $40, period. And a free Samsung 5G phone. Go online or in-store to learn more, only at Metro.
Because you're. Could the debate about the firing of the BLS commissioner be taking the focus off what investors really need to think about jobs? Steve Leisman has a few ideas. Steve.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, Wall Street economists were not concerned in their reports over the weekend that
Order
Friday's payroll
submitted.
numbers were altered for political reasons. Their real concern, the numbers are real and actually signal a slowdown. Goldman Sachs writing, quote, Friday's payroll report brings payroll growth closer in line with big
Order
data
submitted.
indicators of job gains and the broader growth data set, both of which have slowed significantly in recent months. Taken together, the economic data confirm our view that the U.S. economy is growing at a below potential pace. The real debate, not whether the BLS altered the data to show a slowdown, but how serious a slowdown the economy really faces. Former BLS Commissioner Erica Grosjean, I talked to her at length over the weekend, said such large revisions can happen at inflection points in the economy and prompt these big data revisions. Quote, at inflection points, she said, you're more likely to get this kind of noise. Grosjean said the jobs report is compiled by hundreds of people and is actually extremely automated in the final stages. The BLS commissioner has no say over what the numbers are, has no opportunity ever to alter the numbers. Grosjean is part of a broad group of economists roundly criticizing the president's assertion that the numbers were, quote, rigged for political reasons. Friends of BLS issued a statement saying, quote, this rationale for firing Dr. McIntyre is without merit and undermines the credibility of federal economic statistics that are a cornerstone of intelligent economic decision-making by businesses, families, and policymakers. The White House declining to provide any evidence the data was altered for political reasons or rigged. You just heard Kevin Hassett, who didn't. Instead, pointing to the big revisions as proof of failures and need for new leadership. Joe?
Thanks. I'm perplexitying Jack Welch and what that was, because this is not new. That made the allegations in 2012. Both you, Rick Santalia is here with us too.
Submitted.
Hey, Rick and Steve. Do you guys remember that? So that was 13 years ago. Same story, almost verbatim. So it's not that new, Rick. Maybe not from the president.
No, listen. Listen. Is anybody shocked that the president would react this way? Everybody out there understands the way he works. Understands the way he interacts.
I'm
okay,
shocked.
Well, good. You're about the only guy in America because the market's not shocked.
It's shocking. It is shocking, Rick. It's absolutely shocking.
You're too touchy-feely. You know what I care about? I care about markets. All this stuff.
Touchy-feely.
You know who cares about it? People that write newspapers, people that write blogs. This is who cares about it. All the people behind microphones, they care. The market is all I care about, Steve, and I'm not touchy-feely about it. After
Rick.
The president went through the Russian hoax
when you lose your ability to be shocked,
surprise me. Shocked
when you
over
lose your
what?
ability to be shocked by outrageous statements,
sector,
Rick.
If this happened in the private, he makes outrageous statements all the time. We're supposed to be covering the markets.
Doesn't
if you
make it
play this little
unshocking.
Shock game, then go to a place where you're not talking about markets.
Steve, you almost hit a coronary with when you said he wanted 50% tariffs on I mean, you remember that. You've been, if you had hair, it'd be on fire every day. It'd be on fire every day.
The market understands all this. We're up 235 points in Dow futures. Interest rates haven't hardly moved. And it's shameful.
This is a good debate.
It's shameful that the best country in the world can't do better than 144,000 in May turning to 19, 147 in June turning to 14. We can do better. Was this the best path to doing better? I don't really care, to be honest with you, as long as the path has been cleared and we're going to start paying attention. That surveys don't work anymore. We've known this. So get busy. The government needs to find alternatives. And as far
do you know
as
it's not doing that, Rick? Rick, do you know that that's not happening?
The real issues.
Rick,
do you know what's happening?
Rick,
do you know that the numbers
that's not,
weren't fun? Do you know for sure? How do you know?
No, Rick, what I'm saying is, do you know that there's no process underway to try to improve the numbers, that there are not? There used to be advisory committees till I believe they were fired by the president who were trying to help the BLS.
It's not happening fast
do you know?
enough. And they should have headlines
but here's the thing, Rick.
Every number.
Here's the thing. Nobody said word one from the administration about problems with the BLS until the numbers came out wrong.
Why does any of this matter?
Let me finish.
But why does it matter?
Finish.
Focus on what?
No, because it does.
None of this interests me. Let's talk
because
markets.
It's a red herring, Rick. Rick, it's a red herring. The president charged that these were rigged for political reasons, okay? And the idea that somehow
and the press said that the dossier was real and the Russians meddled in an election. Did I see a big cover on any of the major newspapers?
What's a dossier?
It has everything to do with it. Okay? Why is that issue you don't care about, and this issue you do?
Rick.
Okay?
Rick.
Facts matter.
Because that's what I do, Rick. I cover the economy. I cover the data. But let me just make one point, which is that the idea
well, then let's cover the economy. Let's talk the economy. You think the economy is going to suffer because of anything we're talking about firing somebody at the BLS?
I'm going to kindly ask you to let Steve speak because he's trying desperately to speak, and you've spoken over him the entire time.
I have. You're right.
Let me just make. Thank you, Rick. People asked me the other day, "Are we friends?" I say, "Yes, we're friends." But in any event, what I think you're right, Rick. The focus is on the economy, and that's what the point of my presentation was just a minute ago, which is that people are saying these numbers are not political. They're used to the idea that there are revisions and potentially big revisions at inflection points. And that's, by the way, I think interesting. If you look at the Fed probabilities, that's the way the market is trading. My concern, Rick, is you fire somebody because you don't like the numbers. How much trust will the people have in the numbers when the next person is appointed and in charge, unless there's a big change? Now, there are those probabilities, by the way. We're looking at maybe 75 basis points this year. That's the change. So the market is indeed trading on the weakness, on the potential change at the Fed. Maybe there's some thinking that putting a replacement in for Kugler might hasten that along.
Okay,
so
now it's my all of turn.
That's important.
Hindsight's always 20/20, okay? So Goldman comes up with this report today. Why didn't they come up with it a month ago? Everybody's addressing the past that now has changed. But here's what I would tell you. Okay? Is that they did? They told me that there was going to be 250,000 jobs taken away? I didn't read that article. But here's what I would say. If the market really believes those numbers are bad, the way these research papers say, that's a wonderful thing because it's already priced in. The market's higher, interest rates are steady. My contention is that they're probably not 100% accurate on that weakness, and that's going to be another positive for the market when we see that.
It's amazing because I thought Steve was talking over Rick the entire time. So it just depends on where you're, where you're parking your opinions. I think 90% of the time, they were at least
I did talk over Rick. I'm talking over you now, Joe.
Talking, you do it all the time.
I am talking over Rick at the beginning.
We all do it, but
and I'm talking over you now.
Yes, you are. Yes,
and I'm talking over all of you. Goodbye, guys. Thank you.
See you later.
All right, let's continue this conversation with Elaine Chao. She is former Labor Secretary under George W. Bush and former Transportation Secretary during President Trump's first term. Madam Secretary, I'm not sure if you heard that whole conversation, but let's jump right. Okay, perfect. Let's use that as our jumping off point. Do you think the changes in the numbers or the original numbers, do you think that there was political motivation behind this, or do you think they're just bad at figuring out the numbers over there?
You know, I've been the labor secretary. I was labor secretary for 8 years. So I have watched over 8 years of monthly releases of the employment and unemployment numbers. First of all, it is very, very difficult to tamper or to interfere with these numbers. As has been mentioned before, hundreds of people have their hands on these numbers as they are being formulated from the state level up. And the Monday before the Friday of the first Friday of the month that these numbers are released, the process is very much locked down. BLS is very concerned about the security of these numbers. So only about 40 people, but 40 is still a lot toward the end in the last week that deal with these numbers. If anything were to be awry, I think one of these 40 people in the final analysis would have spoken up. So it's highly unlikely. And given how much the BLS looks toward the integrity of these numbers, that these numbers are not right. Having said that, I will say the president does have the right to appoint and replace whoever he wants to, because this is the commissioner of the BLS is a political appointee. Now, they're assigned to, 4-year terms, but increasingly now over the recent years, 4-year terms and their tenure are not respected as much. For example, in the last administration, the Social Security administrator was terminated in the first year of a 5-year term. So these term appointments are important, but they're not as sacrosanct as they used to be. And then having said that also, I do want to mention, I think the revisions are an issue. But the issue is not so much, why is it that way? It's much more the fact that before COVID, there are 2 surveys that contribute to the numbers. One is the household survey. It's about 60,000. And then you have the employment survey, which comes from employers. And the response rate to the establishment survey has been about 60% prior to COVID. Ever since COVID, the response rate has dropped even further to about 43%. So what we're seeing is less and less reliable responses. We're seeing less responses. And this reduced response rate, I think, needs to be addressed. We need to find out and find new ways to get employers to answer more fully these questions so that we get a more accurate display of the economy.
Okay, so maybe there are some problems with the way we're gathering the information or the way respondents are or are not sending in at this point. If it's hard to make a change on these numbers because there are so many people involved ahead of time, what do you think about the new person that's going to be named? It sounds like you're a believer in the process, at least, for how these numbers come about. Will you have faith?
I think the process, the process is, when I was secretary for 8 years, and there were months in which I didn't like the numbers, in which the White House didn't like the numbers, but we basically never thought of it as, somehow that it was not prepared correctly. And we did scrutinize the process to make sure that the process was, secure and that there was no outside interference. I think that is a legitimate point, that we need to restore and maintain confidence in these numbers, because I think that there's very little opportunity for outside forces to impinge upon them. But the revisions are of concern. They speak to a longer standing problem, and that is, how do we get the responses back?
That makes sense to me. You want better data coming into this. I guess my question is, Are you at all concerned about President Trump putting in a political appointee? You say this has always been a political appointee position. Do you think that person will have any more influence over the numbers, or it doesn't really matter who's put in that position?
Even if there's nobody at the head of BLS, the bureaucracy, for lack of a better word, will continue to prepare these numbers. And they have a process that is very secure, that is very highly regarded, and that's what the numbers are going to be. I hope that the new person, whoever it will be someone who respects the integrity and the reputation of the institution. And as mentioned, the commissioner doesn't really get involved in preparing the numbers. He or she gets the numbers about Wednesday of the Friday before release. And then on Thursday afternoon, about 4:30, the numbers are given over to the White House, the president, the chief of staff, and the economic, a very select number of people, 3 or 4 people who know about it. And then the final number is released precisely, not a minute sooner, not a minute later, at 8:30 on the first Friday of every month.
Okay. It's good to know that process.
It is.
It's good to know your thoughts on that, Madam Secretary.
President Trump lost it on that Thursday, remember?
Probably,
With
yeah.
one about Jay Powell again.
Yeah.
And
put the extra
I wonder if
pressure on it. So it's good to know that, Elaine. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We appreciate you coming on and describing all of this to us.
True Social.
Just out from Switzerland, the government there now says it is doing everything in its power to effectively present the United States with an even more attractive trade offer. It says it's currently not considering any countermeasures and that it's committed to securing fair treatment compared with its key competitors. Switzerland was surprised last week when President Trump announced that it would be hit with a 39% tariff. Those take effect later this week, as we've discussed, on August 7th. So we'll see whether folks are coming to the table and what that portends. Squawk Box coming right back with more after this.
This is a landfill? WM has transformed what you think of as landfills into engineering marvels while helping to protect the natural environment. Learn more about our modern landfills at wm.com/stories. Plastic is commonly used across the retail industry to ship products. Now, WM is collaborating with the leading retailer to give these hard-to-recycle plastics a second life. See how at wm.com/stories.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. 2 guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
A rich life isn't a straight line to a destination on the horizon. Sometimes it takes an unexpected turn with detours, new possibilities, and even another passenger or 3. And with 100 years of navigating ups and downs, you can count on us to help guide you through it all. Because life is a winding path, made rich by the people you walk it with.
What are you doing up there?
Oh, I'm just posting the number of visitors to the Homes.com network this month. It's become the go-to home shopping site.
It's got another 14,000.
What?
Gotta go back up. Oh, 17,891.
Just hand me some commas and zeros.
Plus 7.
What?
Oh, that's sweet. 25,000 more. Any reason why you didn't just go with over 100 million or even a billion visits a year?
Homes.com, the place to find a place.
This is more than a mattress. This is the Grand Luxe, where thoughtful luxury meets the art of sleep. Featuring the finest natural materials, every layer, every stitch is crafted for unparalleled breathability and support. Sustainably sourced, meticulously crafted. The pinnacle of conscious comfort. Because luxury isn't just how it feels, it's how it's made. Experience the Grand Luxe mattress by Avocado. Dream of better.
Joining us now to talk markets and more is Tom Lee, head of research at Fundstrat, chief investment officer of Fundstrat Capital. He's also the chairman of BitMine as well as a CNBC contributor. We've got some new stuff to factor into your either bearish or bullish case. I assume it's still somewhat bullish, but okay, the economy looks like it may actually be slowing a little bit. Last week, the markets definitely retrenched. You've been solidly bullish since, Liberation Day. But last week was a setback, and August is not always a great month. You think we get a little bit of choppiness here? Are you still bullish?
Well, last week was definitely consolidation because we had 5 days where the market opened higher and closed lower.
Really?
And they call that bearish engulfing. It makes sense because we're consolidating that 28% gain from the April lows. And on the job stuff, I think it's just the data's catching up to what we already know. The labor market's been soft, right? So it's, I think, a positive setup because now the Fed has more ammunition to make a dovish pivot in the fall. And it's not too late because we know the thing that they're going to stimulate is the housing market. And you had a couple guests earlier talking about that. And so that is what strengthens the economy in 2026. So I think it's quite a positive setup. We're just consolidating and then we make a bigger move higher.
Is it fair to say that since it's a dual mandate, that maybe the Fed should have been able to think that there was more risk to a slowdown than to inflation? Do you think they missed that a little bit in the fighting? I don't know, but Trump said you got to cut, so they couldn't. Maybe they had to err that way just for political reasons.
Yeah, I think the Fed needs to demonstrate independence, but you're right. I think when they look at their dual mandate, they're probably drifting further from the employment metric now because the unemployment rate, if you use the existing participation rate before this report, it's almost 5% now. So the Fed now has to be considering the risk of jobs market actually going into a cycle of weakening.
Right, but you have also been, I guess dovish is the word, on inflation. You have not thought that there was going to be necessarily a big impact from the tariff regime.
That's right. And I think the biggest takeaway is, first of all, if you look at the latest inflation report, the goods component that are tariff-driven, it's been only mild. But also, if you use the same inflation measure Europe uses, which is inflation ex housing, we're actually under 2%. The Fed, if they were the ECB, would be cutting right now.
That's interesting. So by the end of the year, or what target are you using now, and what time frame?
I think we're gonna rally pretty strongly in August. So I think we can get back to 65 or get to 65, 6,600 all-time highs in the next couple weeks.
And then 7,000 in the next 12 months, above that?
Yeah, probably well above that next.
Well above that.
Yeah.
Bitmine,
Order filled.
you mentioned that at the top, is going
Order
to be, in
filled.
your view,
Order filled.
the micro strategy or strategy of Ethereum or Ether.
Yes, that's right.
Order filled.
Just a month ago, I was on the show to announce I was becoming chairman. And at the time, the stock was $4.50, and we announced a $250 million investment led by Founders Fund and Mosaics and others. But today, we announced that we reached almost $3 billion worth of ETH. And
order submitted.
ETH holder, then.
Yeah, the largest ETH treasury in the world.
Order
and the third
submitted.
largest crypto treasury in the world. And we also announced that Bill Miller III made a major investment last week into Bitmine, so that he joins Kathy Woods in investing in our company in the past couple weeks.
That's the Bill Miller from Legg Mason we all know.
Yes,
right?
that's right. The Bill Miller that we all know.
Yep.
Yes.
He was super early.
Order submitted.
Oh, crypto too.
No, that's what I was saying. Super. He was like, right? What was he getting Bitcoin at? 2012, 13?
Yeah, he has some of the lowest cost Bitcoin out there.
What's your symbol? What is Bitmine?
It's ticker BMNR. And the stock now is around 32. So in the past, $4.50, yeah.
Wow. All right, good. Come back. You didn't come on earlier. I like it, maybe next time you come on right at 7:30 in the middle.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Early, late. Okay, good. Tom, thank you. Squawk
I like
Box.
setting the program up with
I do too.
I do like
Squawk Box will be right back.
Yeah.
Ryan, it's me. I mean you. Wake up.
Order
Come on,
canceled.
man. You got to tell
Order
employers to take
submitted.
another look at all the benefits they're offering. Everybody wants to build the best team, and offering Aflac can help attract and retain that top talent. You know we like that top talent. And listen, I mean, you got to listen. Aflac gives employees cash to help with unexpected medical bills. It's prime time to add Aflac.
Request a call today at aflac.com/prime. Our partnership, and there's a bit of a historical sticker on a race car. People don't really understand how these partnerships come together. We have kind of two types of partners, those that help us with our fans and engage our fans and bring our fans closer to our sport, and then those companies that help us develop technology, ways of working, operational excellence. Ultimately, everything drives performance in the race car, and I think that's an area that maybe people wouldn't recognize off the bat.
So when we met the first time at the track, the first one, you have those objectives that you want to reduce McLaren's footprint by half by 2030 and to get to net positive by 2040. This is the business that we are in, and that's not compromising against winning. And for me, that triggered a great thought of saying, well, we can help. We can help on fuel. How do we recycle parts of the cars? How you work as well and demonstrate we can win ultimately in a way that's good for people and planet.
Order submitted.
You found it then?
Of course I did. Good boy.
Nope, you're not imagining it. The average grocery bill is now at its
highest point in over a decade. There's no sunny side to this. Egg prices are...
Your coffee run is costing more these days. Drivers are paying more.
Prices are up, but not at Metro. We've lowered prices, and you get a 5-year price guarantee. One line of unlimited 5G is now $40, period. And a free Samsung 5G phone. Go online or in-store to learn more. Only at
Bigger problem.
All right, let's take a final look at the markets this morning. It's a Monday morning, and you are seeing at some green arrows after a pretty rough close on Friday. The Dow futures this morning are indicated up by 200 points. NASDAQ futures up by almost 200 points. And then you've got the S&P futures up by close to 35. Treasury yields came in significantly on Friday, and they are still lower this morning. The 10-year right now is sitting right at 4.2%. You've got the 2-year yield at 3.66 on expectations that you're maybe more likely to see the Fed cut rates sooner rather than later based on the weaker than anticipated and the numbers on Friday and the revisions really that came to the jobs market. If you're watching oil prices this morning, you'll see that right now WTI is off by about 2.7%. That's pretty significant. 65.54 is the last tick there. And if you watch crypto, we just checked out some of the crypto prices, but you'll see Bitcoin is basically flat this morning. The dollar was down last week after building all the way through the month of July. That does it for us today. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Right now it's time for Squawk on the Street.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to another week. Squawk on the Street. David Faber.
Enthusiastic?
That's not
hot, man.
Yeah, no, you're coming out hot. He's coming out hot. He's Jim Cramer. We're live from Postline at the New York Stock Exchange. Carl has the morning off. Let's give you a look at futures as we get ready to start the trading week 30 minutes from now. We're looking for an up open after a decidedly negative day on Friday. Let's get to our roadmap this morning. It begins with Tesla, which approves a massive interim compensation award for its CEO, Elon Musk. We'll give you details on that staggering number, talk about what it means for Musk, and of course the EV maker and its many investors. Plus, we'll discuss the fallout from the president's decision to fire the chief of the Bureau of Labor Statistics after he did not like the weak jobs numbers, and the growing dominance of the Mag 7 versus the rest of the S&P 500. What are the stats signaling about this market? All right, let's start this morning with that massive pay package that Tesla is awarding Elon Musk. And Jim, really what this is only 1/3 of the 2018 compensation package that he was awarded, that was approved by shareholders once and then approved by shareholders again last June. Now, I've been covering this pretty closely, as our viewers probably recall. We're waiting still for the Delaware Supreme Court. They haven't even held the hearings yet on it to find out whether they will overturn the ruling of Chancellor McCormick, which even after the second approval by Tesla shareholders, almost 70% of those shareholders, she said it was not valid. And they got tired of waiting, is what I've been hearing at this point. And they felt like
Order canceled.
with
Order
Musk certainly
submitted.
making noise, and we're going to share some of our interview that I did back in May with him on this very subject, that he would like a larger voting stake, that he hasn't been paid in a long period of time. They felt like they needed to do something. They are being, I'm certainly hearing respectful of the court process, but they can't wait forever was the
Order
feeling.
submitted.
Because again, there's no guarantee that it's going to be heard at the Delaware Supreme Court anytime soon. If in fact it is, and they overturn Chancellor McCormick's ruling and the 2018 pay package goes into effect, then this award goes away. So that's kind of where we stand right now. The numbers are staggering, but they've always been staggering. That 2018 comp package was insane, but it was based, remember at the time, on stock prices that were so far in excess of anything that anybody thought was possible, and then they were achieved. So that's kind of where it ends up. That's what the pay package from 2018 looks like. I've talked about this a lot. That's based on the closing price of Tesla right now. So that would be worth about $85 billion to him. What he got is roughly a third of that. Same exercise price, $23.34. What's that worth? About $26.8 billion at the current price. So yes, the numbers are staggering. They equal the profits of the company over the last 5 years combined. This is what shareholders voted for.
Look, I was doing some work for my book about whether you should have found Tesla. And I have to admit, you couldn't find it. You couldn't find it because it didn't seem like it was going to make it. I think people have to look back and remember the dire straits of what people thought. There was such a big short position. Why? No one could even envision how they would make it. So this guy comes along with a pay package that basically says, hey, listen, I'll take the over. And he wins the over. What's the matter with that?
Well, Chancellor McCormick in Delaware, of course, overturned it the first time, saying the board was unduly influenced and was way too close to Musk. And then even after they put it back to shareholders, and this was what was really extraordinary, she once again said no, and we're still waiting.
But you could have sold it if you were upset. What did these people think? It's not
Order
a
submitted.
home.
Right.
It's a stock. If you didn't like it or you didn't like him, you
Order
could blow
submitted.
out of it in between the rulings. I think, look, I am a big believer that court down there, they're really smart people. It's not, I think people should recognize that it is one of the most esteemed state courts in the country.
Without a doubt.
But David, he didn't get lucky. He got overwhelming creation at that point of the best EV. Now, we know that's no longer the case because Adam Jonas did a survey of the interns. Right. And now only 5% of the respondents like it. So now, second guessing.
Order filled.
Well, the thing is, this pay package is not
Order
based
filled.
on where things stand currently.
No.
It's what they say, at least in their shareholder
Order
letter,
submitted.
is a deal's a deal, and we have to make a down payment on this. Now, of course, the underlying concern is that Mr. Musk would potentially leave the company.
He's got a lot of things on his plate.
He's got a lot of things on his plate. And he has said many times that he would like a larger voting stake. He's roughly at 12, 13%. This will take him up to about 16%. And even though he's got 2 years to vest on this, he can vote these shares right away. And he wants to get higher. You know, when I talked to him in May, take a listen, because he was focused on the fact that he hadn't been paid in a while. Another way you could obviously increase your control would be to get that comp plan passed in Delaware or through the Delaware Supreme Court, or a new one. You haven't been paid, I believe, since 2018.
Yeah.
So where are you
7 years.
Yeah, where are you on comp?
7 years with zero pay, you know.
Although, to be fair, if it goes through, you're going to have an enormous,
it'll be fine.
enormous payday. It'll be
Sure.
fine. It'll be more money than anybody's ever made.
Yeah, I suppose so, but I mean, let's just say that if any CEO of the Fortune 500 were to agree to a plan like the one that I agreed to, you should buy the stock of that company immediately.
Yeah, no, I remember it at the time. To be fair, the stock was so far, the targets were so far above where the stock was, and obviously they were met.
Yes.
Is the board working, to your knowledge, on another potential plan if, in fact, the one never gets out of Delaware, the Supreme Court rules against the chancellor's ruling?
I mean, I don't want to speak on behalf of the board, but you know, I'm sure it's on their mind.
It clearly was on their mind, Jim. And in fact, what should be on the mind of shareholders now is We're going to have an annual meeting for Tesla in November, so the proxy for which most likely will come out in September. And there's going to be a new comp plan in there.
Right.
So we're going to have this conversation all over again in a month or so from now in September when we learn the latest comp plan. It's still being worked on, but that is going to be the forward-looking plan, of course. This is backward-looking at this point.
Well, I think that what he said was so important. The interview was great. He did better than everybody else for shareholders. So it reminds me, of course, when Babe Ruth was asked about why was he paid more than President Hoover. He made $80,000. Hoover made $75,000. He said, "Well, I had a better year than you did. This guy had a better year than everybody. He had an amazing run, and I don't care that he made all that money. I want to be part of the amazing run. That's the goal.
Right. Now,
our goal was not to judge. Our goal is to make money.
And you did, if you, again, as he said, if you'd actually signed on with that at the time seemingly impossible to meet almost targets,
Order
you
submitted.
would have been very happy. That said, to what extent the board takes into account how he has ostracized many of the company's potential buyers through his political activities, how he has his loyalties divided between SpaceX and XAI and the Boring Company and Neuralink and on, not to mention launching a new political party. I mean, these are all issues, not to mention, of course, vehicle sales are down year over year.
Right. Well, that's why, look, there's two comp. The next one won't be as good.
Well, it may be similar targets, and it's going to be all based on his ability to, and they feel like he's the man to take them to robotics and robo-taxis
I have said
and
that it's a technology company. There's no one who could run a technology company better than this man, other than Jensen Huang. I mean, I think this technology company is fabulous. I think that we're having a shift in analysis of what the company is.
Yep.
And it says, look, sure, it makes autos. But what else does it do? It's so exciting.
Listen, for all his, and he is a complicated individual, but he is a unique CEO and a unique talent in that way. There's no denying that. And by the way, in the midst of all these AI talent wars, I mean, you know how much Zuckerberg's been paying for talent lately.
Oh, my God.
I'm sure that was on the board's mind as well.
Yes, give me Musk. That's what I have to say. Give me Musk for any company. I mean, even if he has like an hour. I mean, this guy's amazing. I mean, he saw that you had to get all the NVIDIA chips. He saw that. By the way, Amazon, no. They obviously not seeing that, and it's a big issue.
Right.
But Microsoft knew it through OpenAI. And certainly Musk knew it. He got the most, and he's figured out what to do with them.
Yep.
And maybe that's because of the other ventures that you mentioned, but wow, I'd vote for, I think Musk as a technology company, this company's worth more.
Well, we'll see. Stocks up today. Of course, the idea that Musk obviously will not be leaving, given this down payment, so to speak, on the 18
Where would it be if he left? Where would it be?
And by the way, if it does get overruled, I'm sorry, if it doesn't, and they never get to do it, they're gonna make good on the 18 plan in some way as well as the expectation. Let's move on to obviously news that a lot of people have been digesting through the weekend. President Trump says in the next few days he does plan to name replacements for a Fed governor who's resigning effective later this week. But as I referred to, of course, it's the Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner who was fired after the BLS reported weaker than expected July jobs numbers. Now, earlier on Squawk Box, National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett defended the president's skepticism regarding the jobs data.
I thought they had to be a typo or something. You probably thought so too. And it's something that has been a work in progress for us at OMB and CEA here at the White House to try to understand why the data have become so unreliable. There's some part of the story about response rates and so on, but I think it's really important now that we get a fresh set of eyes over there to try to modernize the labor data, because it has to be transparent, it has to be reliable, it has to be something the market can make big bets on.
Jim, I am curious to get your thoughts about this. A lot of concern because, of course, this is a referee, the umpire. There are some questions about the methods by which they now use in this age to get people to respond to the surveys.
Yes.
I
can't believe how wrong this survey is, and it should be outsourced. I don't know why we give it to the Labor Department. This is a very important number. It should be given to somebody who has very good facility with AI, who understands a ServiceNow. I would give this a ServiceNow. They're good at trying to figure out organizations.
Order filled.
Do you have concern in terms of the firing of the BLS commissioner?
Well, I think it was ill-advised. At the same time, I think the president left out the fact that he's more than likely going to get his rate cut because of it. And I thought the rate cut mattered more. I would have just been quiet on this one. I don't, you could grouse a little, but
Order
the fact
submitted.
is that you need a plan.
Order filled.
You can't just say I'm going to fire her because she doesn't have anything really to
This
do
is
with
the
it.
latest.
Something this
social
morning?
media, just now.
Order
He
filled.
still continues to call this
Order
rigged. Do you think
filled.
it was rigged?
Order filled.
I think it's poorly conducted. I don't think it's rigged. No.
Right.
I think it's almost impossible.
It's not
to rig.
political.
No, I think the president should say, listen, we got to get this out. We got to get this in the
But do
hands.
you have any
Order
confidence that would be
submitted.
the case? If you're going to have people who are now loyalists or feel that they are beholden to the president, do you think that there's going to be more confidence in the data or less?
There's just enough number that the president should hope for. He's going to get his rate cut. Far more important than whether people think he did had a
Order
good
filled.
July. I mean, I don't care if he had a good July. I want the rate cut. The rate cut's terrific. He's going to get it.
What are your thoughts about the financial markets in terms of when Powell's replaced, and regardless of who it is, the perception is going to be that they are more in line with the president's thinking and perhaps more beholden to him. And when you have somebody who's now running the BLS who is perceived to be more beholden to him, how do the markets react to something like that?
Look, I think that the market...
Order submitted.
This is one in a series of astounding things that's happened since this man's become president. If you told me that they were going to start throwing a huge tariff on Brazil, or that we're going to transship would be 40%, or we're going after Vietnam, or we decided that Switzerland is 39%, I would say, you got to be kidding me. I mean, you got to be kidding me is the answer to everything. So I don't find this any different from all the other you got to be kidding me. I don't think it's that important. I do.
You don't?
No, I don't.
The perception that conceivably, and again, we don't know who's going to replace.
What does it have to do with the price-to-earnings ratio of Amazon?
Well,
what?
in terms of trying to understand what's going on, I mean, we have the best data in the world, and that has been a key ability of us to
horrible. Everyone
understand.
knows the data's been ridiculous. How could you be off by that much?
You haven't believed the data either, so you sound like Kevin Hassett.
I thought Kevin made a lot of sense. The data's ridiculous. I mean, it's shameful. But I felt that way about under Biden.
Why not give the BLS? Why not give the BLS more money to figure out a way?
Because I think it should be outsourced. I think the BLS is inefficient and ridiculous. Now, would I have fired this woman who had nothing to do with the number on Friday night? That's not the way I work.
There's no way, by the way, that we should point out. There's virtually no way to rig the number.
No, you can't. You can't rig the number.
No.
But I would outsource this, and I think the president should. I think sometimes you need a plan. It's like, I'm going to think about this over the weekend. Think about it. Do it. A little thinking. But I have always felt, and this is not new, under Biden, I said they should outsource this. I think this is ridiculous that you can be wrong this much, and that people make policy on this. That number's worthless. You can bet on that. There are people making decisions.
Been lauded
that
for
number's
our
been
ability
worthless.
to have data
Well, we're
that
lauded
covers so much
for
of
being
our economy for years.
We're lauded because we have it. That went out a long time ago.
Good morning. We got 15 minutes. Everything looks to the upside, but towards the overbought area, so we might get a little dip. Maybe a dip in rips. I don't know. It's hard to tell, but everything is up a lot already. 1%. Don't like it. Gotta wait.
Let him continue to think about that. Another busy earnings week we have ahead for us. We'll have results from Palantir, by the way, after the close.
Oh, that's going to be a big upside surprise. It's Alex Clark, for heaven's sake. Man of the year.
More Squawk on the Street right after this.
For over 20 years, Finance of America has helped homeowners just like you find a better way to unlock their home equity with our range of reverse mortgage options, because you can access tax-free cash and eliminate your monthly mortgage payments like Ken did.
Just eliminating the mortgage payment freed up a lot of cash for us.
If you're a homeowner 55 and up, you can use the extra cash for budget relief to unexpected costs like medical expenses to home renovations.
We remodeled our condo, paid off our car, and credit cards before we retired.
95% of our customers say they would recommend us.
The next level on NQ would be 23120. It's doable.
Because when it comes to unlocking your home equity, there's a better way with FOA, Finance of America. Call today or get your free info kit at FOA.com.
Our data service now platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI agents to work for
106.
people.
What's not 106?
Like secret agents. No, more like autonomous minions that you can
Order filled. Orders
Jim's
submitted.
agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network problems.
Crazy market though. Wow.
But you all have agents?
Oh yeah, and on the ServiceNow platform, everyone's agents work together, so everything works better.
And I have agents?
Baby.
Hey guy, you got 49 points. One more.
So go on. The only way you're going to accomplish all the big goals is if you have a vision. Find out what you want to do, set the goal in your eye, and go on. Then you pick another vision, another vision, another vision. That's being ambitious, be useful. That's what my father always said. Don't just waste this life away. Be useful, help other people. This is what
I hope we get a pullback at open, but
I saw more than
kind of scary.
shining with curiosity, mind ready to explore. I saw potential, not just to succeed, but to go through life with purpose, character, and faith. From the beginning, I saw your whole journey.
What up, Gambit? You trade anything last night?
This is getting saucy.
Look at NQ, it's up almost 1% already, man. It sucks.
Chicken dip. Start.
Either open's gonna pull back or we're gonna chop all day.
What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor?
Here's a taste of
Yeah.
cream creation.
Looks like EU is buying it up now. Last month EU was selling and Americans was buying.
Thanks, Jim. Futures.
10 minutes.
He's here for me at all times. Oh, over here too. See,
Order filled.
The Max 7 earnings growth numbers. I want to get to
PPT
these
just paid me out like an hour ago, kind of late.
S&P since
Order
May
filled.
last week. Yeah.
40, I'm at $50 now on my payout for today. I might stop trading, but probably not.
Order submitted.
Yeah, I don't think there's a pullback. Bot's up over 150 points.
Chances for its September rate cut have risen dramatically. You seem to be in the camp that says we're going to get a rate cut in September.
Because the economy got slow and the numbers are getting weak for the consumer, not the enterprise. And those companies we're about to talk about are largely enterprise.
They are, in fact, and it is worth taking a look at earnings growth for the
I'm
Max
shocked
7
Tesla's
versus
running
the
after they're
S&P
paying
and the Max
Elon a
7,
big
because,
pay package.
27+% is the number from the Max
Yeah.
7. Now we haven't
Thought
got
it would
NVIDIA
don't
yet,
because it
right?
cost
So I
them
don't know
money.
if
They're shipping the
I think we've gotten everybody else, I believe, and then only 7.5%. That's I mean, I don't know. That's a pretty big differential. One would think. And they've changed since earnings season started. Coming in, the expectation was earnings growth of 15.4% for the Max 7, and the S&P X Max 7 about 3.4%.
See, 3 minutes is close to overbought. 15 minutes is in the overbought.
Microsoft may be
I don't know. Too hard to tell.
breaking away. If we were the horse races,
Yeah, 9 minutes left.
it's going away.
They'll be trying to buy the dip right at open, dude. Remember last 2 days.
Look, Superbook did great, but the conference call was very muted. It was not a pound your chest.
Yeah, but that said, Microsoft stock reacted far less to that quarter than Meta's did to its quarter.
Order filled.
Meta is a tighter float. It just
I need, I think 5 more days on Apex to get my $3,500 payout.
It does. No, not B-trades like Figma.
$50.
That was just a travesty.
So today is day 3 of the $50. So 2 more days, and then I just gotta get over 7,600. I'm at 7,300. It's doable. Yo, my gosh, yeah. If those big accounts, those 300Ks, actually it keeps you alive for a long time. So after this $3,000 payout, right? I'll be on cap, so I'm gonna just run it up for CPI. Either blow it or I'm gonna make a lot of money. I'm gonna full port 20 accounts, 20 NQ. Yeah, if it's when I get when it's uncapped, there's no consistency on it.
you mean when you say manipulation?
That'd be sick if I get like a $50,000 profit on it. Yeah, I mean, why not? I have nothing to lose because I'm gonna take $3,500 payout. So my buffer's like maybe 3,000 left. So it's no point, you know. YOLO it. We had 8 minutes left.
What's the matter? I'm looking at that giant watch that's banging around. It's the bright one. It's making a lot of noise. Well, it's bright one.
Order canceled.
Used to just wear the Apple Watch. What happened to that?
Order submitted.
Really hope they get a pullback out open.
Dance as well. When we count down to the opening bell, let's give you another look at futures here. We got 7 minutes before we start trading here at the New York Stock Exchange. More swap on the streets right after this.
3 minutes has a bull squeeze on my radar screen, so I don't know.
Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. Partnering to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision, working in lockstep, puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart.
Order filled.
We make coffee that supports our community, and Walmart's played a big part. You know, most of
Order
Walmart
submitted.
spends was the products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S. So we can invest back into our community. Walmart, huh? Who knew? Now you know.
Order submitted.
And that is how you grew a mighty fine American business.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
I have 5 minutes left. 3 minutes now. It's at the overbought.
We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
Stevens, your mom told you to find a job.
Huh?
You made a company in debt. To keep your growth going, you needed an advisor built for the middle market. Accounting,
I need to
advisory,
stop touching my
insurance, and more.
TPT Pro and just
Insights that impact.
Oh, nice, Kite. You got 51 points. Dang, it's still going up.
Put two and two together. Well invested, well protected.
Plus, the streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
I've got an opening bell about 4 minutes from now. We'll also keep an eye on crude, Jim. It is down another 2.3%. Now, the lows of the year were in May. You can see that there, just a tick below $60. But, you know, we are obviously weaker this morning.
That we know from auto insurance from Berkshire.
Might have to dump this shit. Give me a pullback.
Don't go anywhere.
August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights, on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
What's up, Chris? I don't like it when NQ is this high pre-market. It's gonna be hard.
40 unique flavors. There's an HEB Creamy Creations flavor.
Oh shoot. Is it better now? I'm sorry, my volume was down on my mic. I'll turn it up more.
People who keep Texas moving. For that, only America's most dependable trucks will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard. Through July, Chevy drives America. Well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing on this Silverado with around $7,000 in total value. Plus, Texas residents can get an
Order
additional
filled.
$1,000 bonus
Oh,
cash.
what the hell was that?
Put aside your doubts.
Jeez.
Order filled.
It wants to pump. Pump that open or something.
Financial. Build for what's ahead.
We got what, 2 minutes? Nine. Stop. Just wait on this.
Nuveen invests with a foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations.
Order filled.
Order
Jeez.
lasting legacies.
Order
To
filled.
innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after 100
Let's say want to pump it open. Oh.
is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
Let's get to a mad dash. We have an opening bell less than a minute away. Disney?
Yeah, now it always concerns me when not one but two analysts push
Come on, we need a pullback or something.
Now Disney does work on the 6th. Return to the compounder, basically saying it's like the Olympics. It's going to be terrific. And then
Order filled.
Usually dump it open, but damn, it pumps more. Wow. Yeah, I'm stopping it short now. Jeez. Oh shit, I know I've done in short position.
Order canceled.
Let's see this one.
Order submitted.
About when we get spun off our parent. Yeah, you're up there written in non-comment. I hope
Order
so.
submitted.
That was my target, 120. Yeah, it hit 119. Wow.
Yes, you're up there for like
I'm stuck in a short at 91. Yeah, hope so. That on that one. I'm short at 120 again.
That Apple has something very big, very secret going on that could matter.
Okay, talk to me.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
It's overbought, that's for sure. It just had more room for a little bit more upside, but I don't know. It's almost up 200 points. It's just running.
To grab,
What to do?
trying to build them up, say it's way early.
Well, I get a service. Fellow by the name of 8 Burns. Don't know its work in general, but does say Apple's reportedly quietly working on its own AI chatbot, direct competitor to
Order
ChatGPT.
submitted.
A lot of people feel that ChatGPT is pulling away. Yeah. I don't know. I felt that last week Microsoft is spending a lot more, and Microsoft's numbers for apps are really big. But I don't know whether it's, OpenAI is going to stay for a while.
Well,
You're closer to that.
listen, I follow it as closely as I can. It's so important, obviously. Last week, it was really on the CapEx plans of the hyperscalers. We're talking about over $400 billion at this point that will be poured into data centers and everything that goes in them to power.
Think it's a trap?
Power these.
I don't even know.
Speaking, that said, Apple has distinguished itself because it's not a part of the giant CapEx spending group. No, and so they were really to get in there, they would have to start to devote a much larger percentage of their cash to CapEx.
Yes, but you know that Tim Cook told me, my exclusive talk that is with Steve Kovac for the quarter.
Order submitted.
I asked him directly, would you do something big? I know that your predilection is to not do anything big. And he called me immediately and said, no, that's not my
Order
predilection.
filled.
He noted it at the time.
Order submitted.
Holy shit, everything's short on me now.
In terms of at least the perception that Apple will never do a large deal, and as we've said so many times, this company, the largest deal was a $3 billion deal to buy Beats many years ago.
He's done 7 deals this year.
So do you think they would?
Wow.
Yes,
they buy Perplex?
I think that they have two things on their plate. One is that the deal
Order
with the
submitted.
credit card, which was not that good anyway, that's done. A lot of people say JP Morgan has it. I think they're going to build a wallet that is going to include everything. Stocks, all your news, financial news. You'll be able to put your
Order
reportals,
canceled.
do it in a way, by the
Order
way that
filled.
the piece, so you don't need to have, be like competing against Erica. I think in the end what you want is like transfer $10,000 to David Faber. Boom.
Be thinking about a lot of different things there in terms of what they can do, because again, the stock has been penalized
Order
in part because
submitted.
of the lack of an AI strategy.
Well, there's something from that. Well, I said, well, guys, you're buying back stock. What's it doing? And he said, listen, they always talk about how they try to make it even. That's been one of their philosophies from Luke Maestro. They don't want the share
Order
capital
filled.
to make it even. But I think that they're prepared for something very big, and I think people are really just.
You do.
Oh yeah. I also know that the president.
Order
wants the
submitted.
iPhones
Order
in
filled.
India,
Order
but
submitted.
Tim Cook said the president has a good relationship with them.
Order
You don't say
filled.
that. It's not. That's a bad
No,
call.
but you point out something again, given the current tariff status for India, where they have moved much of the production that ends up in the United States.
Crazy
it's not that
market.
helpful.
Wow.
It's 25% right now.
Nobody
Order
can tell that
submitted.
the phone's not going up nearly as much in price as the media seem to think.
You
it
have to
will.
average down
And a lot
now.
of that's
Fuck.
because you and I both know, many people
For
don't buy it
150
directly.
is
They
my
buy it
next
through
average.
T-Mobile.
Order submitted.
The deals are incredible. And I may suggest that if people are going to buy a phone, buy it through T-Mobile. I mean, buy it through Verizon, buy it through AT&T, because that's how you don't even feel the tariff. You won't.
Order filled.
Damn.
Do all this. I mean,
Order
the president
canceled.
called the Colgate call, the Kimberly call, and the Procter call. They're not passing that much. It's not being passed on that much. We like to make it
Order
a big deal.
submitted.
Not yet.
But these executives are doing an amazing job keeping the prices.
They are. They may be, and there may be some benefits already starting to accrue from AI, although it's very early days. But
Order
there are also
submitted.
those who believe, including perhaps the Fed chairs, at least in a wait-and-see mode, saying, let's wait. It's still early.
Yeah,
Let's wait to see.
We
Order
just got some
filled.
really big numbers. Kimberly Clark really good.
I mean, we were talking about having gone from like 2.4% average tariff rate to 15%.
Order submitted.
It's a huge potential tax on the U.S. consumer, and the question is, how much?
Potential. They will balance your doing what
And Bach got 200 points.
The one thing I was Treasury
Customs is collecting the revenues. They're coming from somewhere.
I know, but I'm just saying that that so far the consumer has not seen, because of the amazing ingenuity of a Colgate, of a Procter, of a Kimberly, great quarter. By the way, Kimberly did a lot of this in China using a huge amount of very shrewd AI-derived advertising that worked incredibly well. Isn't that interesting that Kimberly knew that?
Yes.
Mike Hsu is really good CEO. He is head and shoulders above anyone who's run Kimberly in decades. Really fabulous. Yeah, fabulous.
Actually.
Oh no, he is really trying to. He's reinventing that company. They've got a lot of double-digit profit.
Order
The
submitted.
banks, David, they were so horrendous last week.
Well, yeah.
They can make a comeback.
They're up a bit. Obviously, you had that.
Order
you had rates
submitted.
down
Order submitted.
on Friday, given the weak jobs numbers. the general weakening, a sense of a weakening economy, which to your point, you believe will spark the Fed to finally cut, finally in the sense of at least many in the administration who would say finally.
I felt that the weakness is a combination of government, no hire. But David, there was a good piece in the Journal today.
I need a drop. I'm down $400 on this funded.
And they presume that there's just general maintenance, so to speak. AI, David, before you hire someone, you've got to go in and say, this job can't be done by AI. Because so many jobs are being done by AI better than humans already. And we don't talk about it enough because it's happening.
Order filled.
It's happening so fast. Again, every weekend I sort of get an opportunity at least to sort of take a look at things, listen to some things. The video creation tools, whether it's VO or Midjourney or Google Flow, are incredible, Jim. And by the way, you were talking about Disney moments ago. There's an interesting story today in the Wall Street Journal about
So the next target is 198. Wow.
potentially a threat and something that could also help your business, but at the same time, again, is a huge potential threat to others who are using trademarked and licensed characters and things of that nature.
Just from Kimberly.
But what you can do, let me just finish, what you can do with these tools is incredible.
I know.
And it's only going to, we can't even, and it's improved so much in such a short amount of time.
I'm reading my audiobook right now for Simon Schuster.
Yeah.
And I'm quite conscious that it might be better to have it read by AI. I know that because when I went out to see NVIDIA many times ago, Jensen showed me giving the monologue, and you couldn't tell that it wasn't me.
Keep dropping, huh?
Recreate your voice.
Yeah, recreate my voice perfectly. Right. Including, he said, listen, it was hard to get the wilt because of Philadelphia at the end of the sentence, but it was not.
It's getting closer and closer. By the way, recreating your voice, and then the question, of course, for bad actors, what will that mean? What will that do? It's not hard to imagine somebody basically creating videos of you.
I know.
Saying certain things that you never said, but in order to get these are huge potential issues. They're coming so fast, and it's not clear to me that we're capable of responding to them given how quickly things are moving.
No, we're not, because look, I have Matthew Princeton tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. They are the last
What up?
bastion in terms of trying to make it so that Google doesn't sweep your stuff and then put it in Gemini.
Crazy market, man. Crazy market.
And they used to, remember, as you were telling me the other day, worked in the internet, and I did this week, is that you get the referrals from Google. It's kind of a bargain, which is that they call you up and then they send it to you.
At 3 minutes, looks like it's probably dropping a little bit. I need some time. It's at the very top.
It is crushing them. It is. You get AI, even if it's Gemini, Google, and gives you the answer, so you don't need to click through to anything.
No,
Come on, a little bit more.
And I think it is devastating.
What's up?
Devastating to people. I don't think people realize it. Matthew Prince does.
Strong ass market.
To talk to them, which makes it so that they can block Anthropic, block.
I'm stuck in the short. I'm only 129.
The best quarter so far. The best report.
Oh, I think your mic is muted. Oh, hold on. I think I had your server muted. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, cause you were on the phone last week. I had to mute you. Yeah. Yeah.
Is very modern guy. He's not a journalist. He's the new journalist.
Hell yeah.
Here's the way people get their information. He's very smart, very good guy. Doesn't do TV. I really like him. He's got a very, very good head on his shoulders.
Well, we are seeing a response today.
I actually never checked, but let me know. Congrats. I think you're the. Well, no, you're not the first one in here. I think Phoenix been getting a ton of payouts. Yeah. I think he got like at least 3 or 4 payouts already. But he keeps buying straight to funded though. He doesn't do evals anymore.
Amazon people feel it's not spending enough.
Yeah, but it's expensive though.
It's becoming. Hey, look, Ben Rice says good piece today. A share donor to the other companies, to Microsoft, to an alphabet. I mean, look at that. That stock's down. That stock was up 2.5 at 4 a.m.
You mean before, after earnings that day?
No,
Or this morning? Oh, sorry.
what were you doing?
Oh, shut up. I was sleeping. When you go to bed, I was like everybody
Many
else.
money gambit.
Yeah, you want to get ahead of me. You got to sit down a little.
I don't want to get ahead of you.
No. But anyway, I mean, look at this. Stock is down. It had a terrible quarter.
Terrible quarter.
Yeah, one person blew up
Order
on
filled.
TPT. Ah,
But that Brian knows the question that he asked, which is, look, I don't understand this. And then Andy Jackson did not
okay.
answer the question the way that.
Dang, Hankey was so strong.
My view that it was okay.
My average down gets hit. I am down a lot now.
So
You're changing your view.
I'm not concerned. I expressed concern that Amazon's not spending enough.
How could they
Order
not be
submitted.
spending enough?
They're not spending anywhere near what Microsoft's spending.
On what company?
Order submitted.
Which is responsible for
Aye.
operating
Order submitted.
income at the company came in a growth rate of 17.5%. Now the guidance was a bit worrisome as well, whereas Azure obviously I think was
No, he blew that last week.
well, but small, much smaller base. AWS is large.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled.
Let me get an all-time high again. Holy crap.
I just think their chip's just not as good as NVIDIA. Yeah. But the numbers were not great. And that's why the stock, I'm answering the question, why is the stock down? Okay.
Come on,
there's
85, there we
reasons,
go.
And that's because this AMN chorus that Amazon didn't spend it. That's all I'm saying.
Interesting. We do have some earnings this morning, not much on semi though, and it's not responding well. Stock's down about 7%.
That's auto in auto, but although NXP started selling that.
Yeah, 37.6% gap and non-gap gross margin.
Yeah,
operating margin, non-gap. Yeah,
That's good.
taking a quick look. Revenues, gives you a sense.
But you don't want to be levered to auto. You don't want to be levered to electric. That's just your big. You're levered to electric. No one wants to be levered to electric. Electric's not doing so well.
No, I mean, right. You can see stock did have a decent move.
But David, I'll tell you something. Tyson is beginning to get its act together. Not yet, but that's beef, chicken, and turbo earnings all together. That's what they're giving you for multiple generations. Now, how about Steelcase, David? We got to talk about Steelcase.
Wait, so you moved on from Tyson, so it's getting its act together, but it's been hard.
It's been hard. Yeah. What about no? It's been flat. UNC flat. Look at
Like
Steelcase
it.
for the last decade.
200, yep, 200 gets hit.
Steelcase. Yeah, bye-bye. Yeah.
Wow.
Bye-bye.
Spot. Get spot. You want to
Just forget the takeovers.
any thoughts on Berkshire?
Order
at all?
filled.
Ordered over the weekend?
Look at Berkshire.
Order submitted.
This is crazy.
Well, one, people could say that Warren Buffett's not obviously active, but two, I say the
My point the
insurance
box
business.
got 200 something points.
I mean,
Wow.
it never ended. And this number reflects, like, we saw this with almost every insurer. If they are finally there's price cutting. Yep. Oil and insurance are the two that could go the president's way. And the number that he didn't like, that I like. He should have said, look at that number, Jay. I told you. He had Jay on the run. The jobs.
I'm about to blow my MFU eval. Yeah, I was up 600, now I'm negative 1600.
No, it's not. Which assets go where, what the board ultimately decides, I think still very much a question.
No, I got it was for the starter. Oh no, it's an old one. I haven't bought any new one yet because it's all just rebuild.
Hey, Jim, it's someone's charge.
That stock that you can't stand is down a lot. The one who you've been talking about.
Strong ass market.
Did you take a look at 15%?
Well, there's people who bought it, but they need every penny in order to prop up Palantir. I mean, it's like shoots and ladders with these guys.
Guess I should make some money on the tech pocket. Damn.
Order submitted.
That is facts. This is what caused the market to go down. Bad uninformed
Order
money,
filled.
lots of SPACs,
Order
lots
submitted.
of new stock that doesn't seem to know what it's doing. And
Order
yeah,
canceled.
I mean,
Order
circles,
submitted.
people I said circles not as valuable as circle felt, so circles into me. It's like, yeah, okay, guys, I'm sorry. I mean, what can I do? I mean, look, I just look at things and I say to myself, these are the problems in the market, not the labor department. See,
Supposed to blow my my ETF too. I size too heavy on that one now.
the number was weak, and now Jay's got to take action.
Yeah, that one I'm like 700 from payout. So I was trying to hurry up and get it today, and now I'm stuck. Oh well.
In terms of the potential for the president to basically be in control of what we've seen as a fair arbiter of data.
2 words. No kidding. The people who voted for the president voted for this stuff.
They did. They voted for him to fire the lady who runs the PLC.
Order filled.
Nobody can be fired. The Fed can be fired. One thing I've learned, that's what they can be fired. Anybody can be fired. That's what this is about.
I thought they voted for a lot of other things. All right. Oh, you said
Order submitted.
Let's head to break. Give you a look at the bond market this morning. Of course, we had a lot of treasuries on Friday on those jobs numbers that Jim was referring to. And of course, the expectation that we are going to see a rate cut come September. There's the 10-year at 4.216 down in the.
The next target is 23,382. That's way too high. Yeah, last night. It's up 200 something points.
Reach your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build.
The 8,
And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. Wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are.
So one person blew the take profit. I'm down 120 on that eval.
There's a better way to unlock your home equity with our range of reverse mortgage options, so you can access tax-free cash and eliminate your monthly mortgage payments. And finally, do what you've always wanted. Turn that hot sauce hobby of yours into a passion project. If you're a homeowner 55 and up, you can use the extra cash for improving monthly cash flow to funding home renovations.
Order
to cover
submitted.
unexpected costs like medical expenses. Put more money back in your pocket and keep enjoying your lifestyle and your call 800-817-0399
Drop it, baby.
today to get your free no obligation info kit and speak to a lender you can trust, one that's been awarded an A+ by the Better Business Bureau. If you're 55 and up, call today, because when it comes to unlocking your home equity, there's a better way with FOA, Finance of America.
She taught you how to shave your legs, how to drive stick shift,
I need to average down on my 150 take profit.
but now you're learning this next thing.
200 point down.
Order submitted.
Find a caregiver who does too. Join now for 20% off care.com.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just
Order
got
submitted.
much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Come on, baby. Drop that shit.
If you're leaving now and you get something in your email
Order
box,
filled.
I got out one.
Joe, you'll be my second call.
that's not bad.
Streaming on CNBC Plus.
Sky of blue and sea of green. Yeah. And our yellow submarine. Here's the sea of green I'm talking about, the NASDAQ 100. Now I'll go back. I had a little
yellow submarine, like, miniature things. The beetles would pop out. No, it was like, you know, I wonder if it's worth anything. I found it. We don't need to, like, see a collection. It's just, yeah. Well, there's the Sia grain, of course, NASDAQ 100 up 1.4%. We're right back with Stop Trading.
Order submitted.
Financial future is their advisor, helping them.
So you set for the payout on Lucid? You are, right?
And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by smart, repeatable strategy.
Yeah,
The fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperform their peers.
Oh, so you set for the payout, right?
We can get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
35 maybe?
Blood pressure support. There's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist.
I think not 100% sure.
Support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Take your business from launch to legendary with Shopify. Sell more with the world's best converting checkout and turn analytics into opportunities so you can scale further, faster. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
You buy low, sell high. Jump on that trend right the way.
You need to lose like 200. Come on.
Wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right? You on guard today?
They just got Simply Safe. It protects the whole home inside and out.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Throughout the trading session.
Oh, you're not? How much you got hit?
Insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime. Oyster and screaming us.
Let me check.
I'll get 35 because they ain't advertising it, honey.
Oh, we're advertising. Get 3 pieces of our crispy, juicy signature chicken for just $5. How's that?
Let's go, Popeye.
I know what you're thinking. Total blow. What's your secret?
Wow, that pumped back up. It's
I
crazy.
totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer. Like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick?
I'd suggest a classic cat eye.
Wow. Order filled.
Okay.
Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted.
Welcome back.
Yeah, it's a profit goal. Oh no, I'm sorry. Profit goal is 9,000 on 150.
Order filled.
Not so much the package goods, but Wayfair.
So I think you do get your payout.
But just keep in mind that that is a discount version company.
Well, there's been a lot of concern, obviously.
They have to wait till end of day though.
Stock was down a lot.
Yeah.
Gross margins were very, very good.
I don't know. Ask them in the Discord. See.
Just remember that people are struggling. And you know, if you go over the Colgate call, they talk at length about the need to be able to change your
Don't touch
package.
it though.
Get it so that people feel like there is.
Yeah, I'm looking at the.
There's more for you. So just be aware. These
Unless I'm reading it wrong. Right? It said 9,000, right?
I thought the board was good, but we should read it.
Yeah. All right, what's on the big show tonight?
Okay, so I do have Cloud there.
Yeah.
And I think that Matthew is a genius.
Oh no, that's the Lucid Direct.
Shake Shack. Now that's a good example. Rob Lynch is a terrific CEO. They did not do a number people liked. I thought it was okay. It wasn't perfect, but Shake Shack's expensive. Not unlike Chipotle, which is expensive. Not unlike Lulu, which is expensive. People are looking away from expense.
How about your old favorite Starbucks? It has not done particularly well coming out of earnings, Jim. You know, you were obviously you're on the bandwagon.
It is early, and you just froze me. I was going to buy some for the trust, but that's okay.
Hey, yo wasn't the Direct, right? It wasn't a 150. Oh, you do have Direct. Oh, okay, it is 9,000. Okay, never mind. I think so. So you get $3,000 payout is what I'm looking at.
And I don't give a darn about the game. I care about the quote. I know you do. All right. Have a good
Order filled.
Yeah, his market is not dropping at all. I'm so stuck in this short.
Coming up right here, though, Senator Elizabeth Warren. Oh, yeah, I will. I'm sure she'll say hi to you and look deeply into those blue eyes. No, green eyes. Green eyes. I see he even knew.
Order submitted.
Don't go anywhere.
Small business owners fall asleep. This year, we're waking them up. Meet the world's first AI alarm clock, Craig AI, or as I like to call him, Craig.
Craig, is this magic?
It's not magic, just AT&T Business's fast, reliable internet. Don't worry about saying it.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style?
Order
Retirement
canceled.
isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility.
Order filled.
Market outlook plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for
Yeah.
calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments.
Order canceled.
Disciplined approach will help
I have
you
3 MAQ short now.
and down.
I need 205.
Order submitted. Filled.
These are structured so we do better.
Order filled.
Yeah, for that 25K eval. And I blew my MFU eval. That sucks. That sucks.
Call 1-800-213.
Yeah, I had 3 MAQ short now at 205. That's crazy.
Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspace.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
Well, one eval gone. Oh man.
We just didn't need the coverage. Don't sell and lapse your policy without going to
I just eval.
abacuspace.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
What's the worst phone call?
Submitted. Order filled.
Wow.
Order filled. Submitted.
So you can be a continuous business. Never miss a moment. The majority of the
No news or anything, huh? We just going up for no reason.
a bit above target. Maximum employment is at target.
Is a bill that is really going to adhere to their conviction that the 2% target has to be in their line of sight.
They acknowledge the legitimacy of the challenge that we face as America with our trade deficit. This positions us to take our relationship with the EU forward in a new and a better way.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Flop on the Street. I'm David Faber with Leslie Picker and Mike Santoli. We're live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Carl and Sarah have the
Up almost 2% today. Wow.
Order filled.
Significant
Order filled.
Yeah, work on this. Take
As for
profit.
treasuries,
Not
again,
take profit,
the
please.
yields have been down. We still have
Order
the
submitted.
10-year yield down a bit, 4.218%. Coming up on today's show, Evercore Senior Chairman Roger Altman's going to join us. We'll get his latest take on the market, evidence he sees of an economic slowdown, talk a bit of M&A. Plus, Senator Elizabeth Warren will be with us right here at Post 9. We'll talk about President Trump's decision to fire the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, amongst other topics.
But first, breaking
That's high day 63.
That's
Average down 65.
Order submitted.
Good morning. Fed orders. These are fresh June numbers, expecting minus 4.8, and that's exactly what we get, minus 4.8. That'll be the weakest since the first month of 2024, but I do want to point out in the rearview mirror, there's a bit of history. 8.2%
like
up for last
data
month
was bad.
8.3%, which makes it the second biggest number in the history of factory orders, which dates back to 1956. So we see that the tariff issues have really created lots of big numbers. Now, if we strip out transportation, it's up 0.4. A little better than expected, following an upward revision the last month from 0.2 to 0.3. Durable goods. Now, these are final reads. All the durable goods numbers we had mid-month, these will replace them. So mid-month read at minus 9.3 becomes minus 9.4. And once again, that's rather historic because it is basically one of the biggest numbers ever, but this series only goes back to 1992. Now, let's strip out transportation. It's up 0.2. So we can see how aircraft played a huge part in that big up and down, back-to-back months that we've had. And if we look at shipments down 0.8, down 0.8. That'll be the biggest negative shipment, minus 0.8 is orders, and that will be the biggest since it was minus 1.5%. That was in April of this year. And of course, that's a proxy for capital spending. We want to see some positive numbers there, and it really has been trending in the wrong direction. Shipments now up 0.3, largely as expected. We see interest rates at 4.21, wildly unchanged. And if we look at a 2-year at 3.69, that is also unchanged. Green and equities unchanged in the fixed income market. It certainly seems a post number, the market's pretty much at an equilibrium, trying to figure out what comes next in the labor market and from the Fed. Leslie, back to you.
Rick, thank you so much. Our Rick Santelli for us. Mike, it feels like everybody kind of went away for the weekend, enjoyed the good weather, took a little breather, and came back and pressed the buy button. I mean, what else is behind this?
Well, there has
Press the
been a
buy
very
button.
active dip buying reflex in this market for a while. I do think that that was part of the story today. In other words, there was a bit of a jolt. We had to reassess recession odds and how deep the slowdown was based on the jobs number on Friday. I also think there was such a almost scripted element to first day of August. Everybody knows August is weak. Market was overbought. In fact, market-based recession odds were basically at rock bottom levels, at record lows. So that quick adjustment, and today you come in, and by the way, it's the NASDAQ 100 again. So they did outperform on earnings. They didn't all get credit for it. The trading off of earnings was actually pretty sloppy in general, and now I think it's an excuse to get back in. Also, yields are down. Expectations for a Fed rate cut in September are up. And so the rate-sensitive parts of the market have actually gotten a bid off of that. One final point I'll mention is
now
part of that
3 minutes.
buying reflex is
Top of the overbought now.
speculative grab for the
Weird.
same names, okay? Palantir reports later. Palantir's up 3% for no reason. Open Door
Orders
is up big
submitted.
today. Why? Because NASDAQ said that they're in compliance with listing standards. They won't have to do a reverse split, and somehow that's great news. You also see
Orders submitted.
Wrapped up in that little meme craze
Exactly.
recently.
And therefore, the stock went above $1 for long enough. And they don't have to do a reverse split, and maybe that's good news. And then, the Joby Aviation. I mean, honestly, all these names that are in the go bucket have been running on that. So we'll see if that does persist. I do think that this would be kind of a minimally acceptable pullback off of a frothy level that we got over the prior week. On Friday, I mentioned a couple times the S&P bounced twice off of like 6,200. That was the July low. So that's all very textbook. Like, we're not going to have to take much pain here, but I still think it remains to be seen. Burden of proof is on those who think that was all we needed.
So it sounds like it wasn't enough of a washout, and you're given kind of where things are, the frothiness, the meme stocks, as David mentioned.
It certainly would not be a symmetrical pullback to how strong and calm the market were, but we don't always get that. And honestly, I don't think that in general the big money was so super aggressive, overexposed over its skis that we need to have some kind of nasty washout. But you have to keep your mind open that the trend was broken. We did get this blip higher in volatility. Sometimes that doesn't dissipate just in a couple of days.
We do have this differential in earnings growth between the Mag 7 and the rest of the S&P, Mike. I'd just love to get your thoughts about that, given we've gotten the numbers from, I think, 6 of the Mag 7, right?
Yeah, pretty much everything but NVIDIA, of course, which is on the fiscal year. And it's really just been more of the same. I mean, people keep wanting to say,
that we should have a broadening out of earnings growth. Now, you do have net positive earnings growth.
Wizard blew his trade, his TPT just now.
So I think that we basically got
Gotta add him in
of
there.
the general trend, which is there's an AI economy and there's the rest of everybody else. It really is two-tier. And we got to a point late last week when the outperformance of, let's say, NASDAQ 100 type names relative to the average stock did again reach highs. It reached another extreme. So the market is kind of postured in that way, saying this is almost this organic source of growth, and we think it can last at least a few quarters. And there's not as much reason to worry about either the softening consumer economy or anything else in the meantime. We'll see if that could persist.
Although the consumer economy, the housing economy, and the government spending is about 90% of the U.S. economy. So we're talking about
GDP. That's right. And it's you have an S&P 500 that's like arguably 60%. What matters most is tech spending, utilities, power, all that stuff.
Yeah, that's definitely been the driver to the upside here. Joining us to talk more about the markets is Evercore ISI founder and senior chairman
Welcome
Roger
back.
Altman. Roger, good to have you. Good morning. Good morning. I want to start with the fired BLS commissioner, the Bureau of Statistics.
That's the best.
What do you make of all of this? The ability to trust the data.
Well, I find this move quite disturbing. Hundreds and hundreds of people, federal employees, are involved in collecting this data. And so the idea that at the last minute and surreptitiously, the commissioner manipulated the data for political reasons.
Come on, boo boo. Dump that shit.
It's actually essentially impossible.
I don't want to blow my TPT eval this early.
So the accusation is false.
I want it down 200. No, I want it down 200.
Is what banana republics do. It's not what the United States of America does. Also,
Oh no, Mahar blew his too.
so far,
Hey,
you can see that
3 down today.
the 10-year yield, which is down a bit. You can see that in oil prices. Markets believe that there is some slowing, which is occurring. And finally, there are lots of financial services organizations, from J.P. Morgan to Bridgewater to our own firm, which compile their own data. We undertake a series, for example, of proprietary surveys.
Yeah, baby, look at that drop.
Trucking
Come on.
survey, airline survey, temporary employment agencies, a whole range
Yeah.
of them. And it enables us to judge what's going on in the economy.
Order
apart
filled.
from the
Alright, so I'm up
So
almost $100 on the pro. Keep going. Alright, one more pump and I can reshort it. Oh no, I'm not out. I'm not out. I'm still good on my TPT. My sizing is really small.
which are being used to collect the data are out of date and less accurate than they used to be.
Damn, you're killing it with this muck already.
Those are fair points. That's not what he said. He said the data was rigged for political reasons to make me look bad.
Dang, I see a lot of people blowing up right now. Holy
that
cow.
work at the BLS serve as a check on the data, wouldn't allow for any kind of political data to work its way through. How exactly does that
Tomorrow,
work, behind the scenes?
close to blowing up too.
Well, I've never worked in the labor department. I don't know precisely, but I did serve in government over 6 to 7 years. I was in the Treasury, where economic data is focused on very intently, even though we don't collect it there. And I never heard any
Order submitted.
noise of any kind about manipulating the data or trying to cook the books. Never once. And so it may be the case, as Kevin Hassett argued on your network this morning, that there are ways to better collect it. That may be true. And there may be ways of making the process more transparent, yes. But to say that the data was rigged for political reasons is just not it.
Roger, David, are you going to have questions then about the future data that comes out of BLS with a Trump appointee, so to speak, or somebody that certainly is the president approves of taking the role there? Not to mention, I think they're also talking about replacing a number of other staff members as well.
Well, David, we'll have to wait and see. One hopes not. And we'll see who's appointed. And whether there are changes going forward in the reliability of the data. I hope not.
Roger, on the broader sort of trends we're seeing, you obviously mentioned some softness in the economy, and that's being reflected even today. Lower oil prices, yields coming down, expectations of a Fed rate cut going up. But something else that seems to be going up is mergers and acquisitions. It pays a lot of the bills over there at Evercore. What are you hearing in the boardroom? Are we sort of at the beginning of a kind of a new wave of M&A based on
Jeez, ain't gonna pump right back up.
Conditions are improving. I'm not sure about the new wave, but they're improving. And
Order canceled.
Measures of volume for 2025
Order
so
filled.
are
Order
up
submitted.
versus 2024. We're not back to the heyday of 2021, but conditions are improving. We'll see if that continues. It has a lot to do with business confidence. It has a lot to do with the direction of financial markets. And of course, the sense of
Order
whether the
filled.
economy itself
There you go.
is solid and on a good footing. But at the moment, conditions are improving.
I got my $100 payout for TPT. Try to get more.
You know, if we
Order submitted.
Huh? The Pro? Oh, the Pro. No, my TTT is it's too hard. That 10 points is a killer. I can't do it.
on all U.S. goods, I don't think we would have said to ourselves, "Wow, there'll be zero economic effect." No, we would have said to ourselves, "That's going to have a negative effect." And you add to that all the noise around firing Chairman Powell. You add to that this move on Friday about the economic data, and it just represents uncertainty. And uncertainty typically
Order
causes
filled.
consumers and businesses to hesitate.
Order submitted.
So at the beginning of the year, the consensus forecast for 2025 was generally in the 2 to 2.5% range. We ended up growing for the first half a little over 1%, well below that consensus. And the consensus for the full year has come down to about that 1 to 1.5% level. So it's just the case that observers think the economy is slowing down.
Roger, thank you so much. Roger Altman, covered a lot of ground with you today. Appreciate your time, sir.
Thank you, Leslie.
Let's give you a look for the rest of the hour right here. After the break, Senator Elizabeth Warren's going to join us right here at Post 9 to talk about, again, the president's decision to fire.
Yes, max at 750.
And as well, a new piece she has in Rolling Stone defending New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani.
Plus, the latest
I need to touch this this trade A funding.
and warns about the impact of tariffs.
And details on Elon Musk's new
Order
pay
filled.
package as the Tesla boss gets tens of billions of dollars in compensation.
Order
Step on
filled.
the Street is back after this.
When logic Order submitted.
Wow.
When left is right and right is Order submitted. Which way do you turn? Go beyond.
Yeah.
Order filled. Order
Not stopping at all.
No, which order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
You sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all. Whatever the stage, businesses that grow with Shopify.
I can't believe our kids are all grown up, and after my health scare last year, can't help but wonder if they
Order submitted.
We still need to get life insurance at Ethos. It's the smart financial move that helps protect their future. It's all online.
Order submitted.
10 minutes, no medical exam, and $1 million in coverage is about $37 a month.
I'll get coverage now. Is it laundry day already?
Ethos. Life insurance made easy. Check your price today at ethos.com.
Nice. This may mark a whole new phase of the bull market, the phase of ludicrous valuations. You have to hope that thing was a one-and-done battle of enthusiasm. It just can't be the norm.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+. Million faces have gutted through the season thus far. Their reward? A postseason cup of it. The Fans Cup playoffs live on NBC and streaming on Heat.
I'll make sure I'll get 35 because they ain't advertising it, honey.
Oh, we're advertising. Get 3 pieces of our crispy, juicy signature chicken for just $5. How's that?
Let's go, Papa.
Nope, you're not imagining it.
This is how it is high as it was in over a decade. There's no southern side. And priceless.
Prices are up, but not at Metro. We've lowered prices, and you get a 5-year price guarantee. One line of unlimited 5G is now $40, period. And a free Samsung 5G phone. Go online or in-store to learn more, only at Metro.
Save big this summer with a bundle that has something for everyone.
Here we go, boys.
Yeah, everything is topping out now. Might add more to the short.
Order filled.
Try to get a nice payday on
President
TPP
Trump
Pro.
firing a Bureau of Labor
We
Statistics
hit
Commissioner
new higher
Order
day.
submitted. Week's job.
Order filled.
May and June numbers down by a combined 258,000 jobs. That was the biggest 2-month downward revision we've seen since April of 2020.
Order
obviously,
submitted.
Beginning of COVID. President Trump posting on Truth Social this morning that the jobs report was rigged to, quote, make a great Republican success look less stellar. He says he will be picking a replacement in the coming days. Joining us here at Post 9 is Senator Elizabeth Warren, who I'm sure has some thoughts about that. What was your reaction when you heard he was firing the BLS commissioner?
Well, look, you know, you get bad data, you kill the messenger, right? And that's Donald Trump because he thinks he can bend reality. If he can just tell a different story, then everyone will have to believe his story. I think most people have not absorbed just how dangerous it is, both to fire the head of the Bureau of Labor
Maybe.
Statistics and also
Hope so.
then what? To put in some sycophant who's going to
This Ponzi.
that makes the president happy. That's certainly the message he's communicating. And when that happens, who believes the data? So he's got some toady suck up in there. And a month from now, let's just say good data come out.
Bot's gonna short anytime soon. Nope. But it's about to curve down on the 3 minutes, so just need more time. I can't average down anymore in this ETF. Deep red.
It's the best in the world. We are the gold standard. And the importance of that is that
We might. Yeah, I'm not go under 200.
who's making policy choices, and I mean that at the federal level, but also at the state level, at the town level, can look at here's where we've been, here's the direction it
There
looks
you go,
like the
baby.
economy's going.
Go,
Understand,
go.
Bureau of Labor Statistics does not interpret the data, they just report the numbers. You figure out what to do with it. And every business in America that's trying to figure out where do I want to go next, what do I think the trends look like, this is what businesses do. They, you know, they're in the prediction business.
Now, there are some who are,
numbers.
yeah, there are some who are
Order
frustrated
canceled.
with the data collection methods and feel that they perhaps
Order
need to be
submitted.
updated. You're still
Hear
calling
that?
people on the phone, obviously. People don't answer their phone any longer for that kind of a survey. That may be why we get more revisions, because ultimately they do return the calls, but it takes them quite a while.
Takes a while. Improve data collection. But don't call it rigged. Because this is like taking the value that the United States has literally spent decades and decades and decades building up, and Donald Trump just strikes a match and sets it on fire. He tells the entire world, don't trust data coming out of the United States.
Do you have any expectation of something that you and the Congress can do about it?
We get the 50K, right?
You're in the minority party,
That's
but
the crazy part. So remember in March when you guys did this, the 50,000? So that's what that account is.
Even something that so clearly will hurt their home states, will hurt businesses in their home
They didn't talk to you yet?
Repeat from them, saying, back off, we need independent data collection. This woman has served under Democrats and Republicans. Shoot, Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance voted for her when she was confirmed. Very any political position. Where are those
What
Republicans
about the
standing
business
now?
community? Are you surprised how it's early?
So they're having a lot of complaints, huh?
Sir Roger Altman, obviously, chairman of Evercore, saying
Yeah, at least you're not trading it, you're not blowing it. I guess everybody's blowing up.
a lack of concern expressed there in the last couple of days.
You know, I'm going to say it slightly differently. I'm worried about what it means. Why would people not respond? Why would business leaders who use those data and know how important those data are?
I'm already in.
Why would they not speak out?
And I'm deep red.
Order a bill.
There we go.
I'll keep my head down. No matter what's, let him fire at somebody else. I mean, he just.
At least my TPT Pro is good. I'm gonna reshort again if it goes up.
Who does he want to go order canceled? Order submitted. This is, you know, the would-be king who thinks
If we can lose 200, I'll be happy.
So let somebody else speak out about how bad this is. I think that's very disturbing.
What does that mean for just morale in the Senate right now? There's a piece in the New York
Yeah,
Times today
just give
about
it
who
time.
still has the stomach to be a U.S. senator in this current environment.
I'm out of coffee. Go ask for your elusive payout. I say, hey, what's going on? What happened to my instant payout?
17 million people off their health care so you can give tax cuts to billionaires for Republicans.
Anybody else blew up TPT? Just 3?
And instead, I don't think of it so much as who has the stomach, I think who has the spine to get out there and represent the people who voted for you. And it's pretty clear right now, it is not the Republicans in Congress.
Well, then who's the leadership from the Democratic side that you think?
All 47 of us. All 47 of us in the United
Yeah.
States. Really?
They ran up so much pre-market and then to pump up another at open, so it's hard.
What we're doing is we're driving a single message now. This is why I'm in New York City today to meet with Zoran Mamdani. And that is, it's all about affordability. Remember, Donald Trump ran for office.
Yeah, I blew my eval on my funded futures. Try not to spin anymore this month. Let's work on my funded. Yeah.
And where is Donald Trump? He's passing a signature bill to throw people off their health care so he can do tax cuts for billionaires. Democrats are the people who say billionaires actually should pay their fair share.
Oh, that means you pay for a reset and you never use it. Oh, they did a rebilling and you were still trading it, so it didn't reset. So use it up.
You mentioned Mamdani, and you are in New York, sort of speaking in behalf of him to a certain extent. You know, I wonder though. Often we see this, and this is a local election. New York does not operate.
Which plans it? Which plans is it?
So this idea of somehow raising taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers.
Which one is it on my funding? Which plan? Like the starter, starter plus?
Raising taxes on them will simply drive them away. Shouldn't the focus of a mayor be on delivering services to the constituents of the city and doing that by raising the most revenues possible without chasing?
But it tells you, screenshot the account number. It'll tell you which plan it is.
Because they can go to Austin, they can go to
Yeah.
Dallas, they can go to Atlanta, they can go to Nashville. This is your issue. It's a national issue, not a local issue.
The issue is affordability. Do you know how many working families are chased out of New York City every day because they can't afford housing, they can't afford groceries, they can't afford child care? What Zoran is saying is, I want people to be able to afford to live in New York City. That's what keeps it a vibrant city. That's what makes people want to live
Nobody
here.
disagrees with that, Senator, but raising taxes in order to do it? Why is that the answer?
Oh dear, are you worried that billionaires are going to go hungry?
No, I'm worried that they're going to leave and spend their money elsewhere.
You know, they've threatened to do that over and over and over.
And they have. They've
But-
left.
but here's the thing.
And Goldman Sachs, when they create new jobs, they do it in Dallas. Blackstone won't build a new headquarters.
You want to have a workable city. You want to have
Gambit's kind of quiet, man. You suck, Gambit.
where there are things for sale 24 hours a day. They need people who can live here and work here.
We got that right now, by the way. I would point out.
And he tried to short the 25K knowing Gambit is blind.
It's doing pretty well.
I'm glad you think they're doing well because a lot of people are struggling to pay for housing. A lot of people are struggling to pay for groceries. And I got to tell you, mamas and daddies who are facing $25,000 a year to pay
Yeah,
for
it's always
childcare.
pumping.
Order canceled.
Order filled.
But you can't
Order
use
submitted.
Yes,
Some
but if you
ISIS.
deal with them in that way, by what is always your backup, just tax them more, they will leave.
No, the backup is make this city and make this country work
So
for
4
everyone.
to 3.
I get that the
I mean,
Republican point of view is
Order
not
filled.
a lot, but
and make every city in this country work better and better for a handful of billionaires and let everybody else eat dirt. But what Mamdani won on in a Democratic primary.
well, I guess I do have to pay. It's part of my subscription on the cable TV.
It's very much unclear he has the ability to actually do it, by the way, based on the laws and what the governor has to say and what he would actually have to do.
You know, I love that as the fallback position, and that is he's fighting for the right thing, but maybe the billionaires
Everybody wants a more affordable city. There's no doubt about that. The question is, how you build
So that's the starter plus. So that starter plus is 1,500 max per day. That's a 50K, right? Yeah. So it's 50% consistency. So you can't pass in one day. It has to be 2 days. So 1,500 is the max you can make in one day. But once you get funded, there's no consistency, so you can just run it up. Take it slow.
So it doesn't concern you.
I'm not going to sit around and pretend, oh, it's a federal problem. Let the federal government fix
You can say all these things, but again, I think many people would disagree to the extent that by raising
Yeah.
taxes and making it more
I mean, I don't hate Apex. I still trade them, but I just don't like what they're doing to other traders.
then you'd ultimately be dealing with smaller pie. He may succeed by driving everybody out. Rate of friends will go down.
that the best way to run
Yeah.
state government or national government is to start with a billionaire.
But you're on affiliates, you'll get banned.
Vote Republican.
I don't think anybody in New York is talking about doing that.
If you don't, then let's make the city more.
Yeah,
affordable.
yeah.
Let's make
You won't get
the
banned if
country
you're an
more
affiliate.
affordable. And the way we do that, let's focus on health. Let's focus on.
And the smaller affiliates that kick them out and then they'll ban them. I love Apex. I'm gonna do a giveaway on Apex soon. Apex #1.
The citizens of the city
This is why
No, I think we're gonna pull back. 3 minutes at the top. It's curving down soon.
to talk about his plans on childcare.
I do want to short again. I'll put 54 for short if we hit.
He's going to try something. When was the last time you saw him say, I'm going to try something?
You think somebody has absolutely no experience, 33-year-old socialist, is going to succeed as the mayor of New York?
Yes, I do.
I
I think he's going to do a lot more for working.
have to babysit tomorrow, so I know the feeling.
How many billions of dollars
The kids asleep now?
into my campaign so that I can try to beat this guy back? Look, this is democracy at work.
Damn.
People want to see someone who's on their side, and that
Nice
is
drop. You shorted that.
You've mentioned housing as an element of the affordability issue a couple of times. It's one of the areas of agreement among almost everybody that we have to find a way to get.
In 30 minutes, we'll start the My Funded Futures giveaway. Yeah, YouTube. You probably don't have 50 points, so that's no point for you to go on. Oh, dang. Yeah, it's new month, but it's 50 points. And Q blew up. Today's hard for sure.
Basically, has been we'll do the finance end of it somewhat. We do a little bit on public housing, and basically it's been
Yeah.
well for 40 years. Year over year, the price of housing keeps going up. This bill is a real sea change because it diagnoses the problem correctly. It says we just don't have enough housing anywhere in America.
Right,
That's
4
true.
people blew
Urban,
up today.
It's true about rental housing. It's true about housing for first-time buyers. It's true about housing for seniors, housing for people with disabilities, housing for people who have no housing at all. So what this bill does is it moves forward on
That's
a
the
lot of
list.
different fronts at once. It has a lot of pieces in it to make it less expensive to build, more modular housing, for example, more pre-approved plan book housing.
Ooh, look at that drop. Keep going, baby. Keep going.
It also has like innovation fund in it to say if you're one of those cities that's actually trying to build more housing federal government will be a good partner to you. We'll help put some money on the table for the new elementary school or for the new sewer connections that you're going to need. But the whole notion is push, push, push toward more supply, which will help bring down prices.
I'll tell you one thing that will bring down prices in New York, but he won't ever do it, which is just deregulating everything. We have a lot of apartments that are under rent stabilization and rent control, but that's a third rail. I mean, I've lived here my whole life, so, you know, I do have a sense for how things work here.
One of the things that Zohar is talking about is how to increase housing supply here in New York City. Bring in more new
Too strong, dude.
that you give young people
Thank you, which is too much.
just do one little step in this area.
Back up
Back
again.
in the 1980s, 1990s, first-time home buyer was 28 years old. Today, they're 30.
Oh, looks like Phidias is gonna have Project X soon.
People just saying, I'll never get this. A home of any kind of condo.
At least that's what he's posting on Twitter.
I met with a bunch of my fire chiefs out in Massachusetts not so long ago, and they were talking about having hired a whole new cohort of young firefighters. They're all basically in their late 20s. And around the table, the chiefs were all saying, and most of them still have to live at home with their mom and dad. They cannot afford to buy housing. That's a problem nationally. And we need to help the cities that want to build more housing.
And lower rates obviously would help as well. Senator, always good to have you here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Senator Elizabeth Warren. Welcome.
Still to come, a look at Elon Musk's
Same, so I can get out. I was short at 205 and bag holding on that 25K TPT. Give me 205, I'll get out. I think it's gonna dip too.
My name is Mike Hannon, founder of Cigna Relief. Much of my career has been working in construction. I love outdoors.
Don't tell me Van touching his account. Man, he was set for payout. He's so greedy. I mean, he's got the one he made payout last night. He was up $5 grand on each of those 3 TPT Pro, but he's still touching it. I mean, he has to wait the end of the day, but he's too greedy. He's touching it. I mean, it's good that he's making it, but you can blow that easily too.
Shoulder or just aches and pains, this patch can give you your life back. When I gave my best friend a patch with tears in his eyes, he said it was the first time in 16 years he did not hurt. Join the hundreds of thousands who found relief. I'm asking you to try the
Damn, AQ is just crazy.
Going to our website. If you're thinking about buying, it means you need one.
54, I'm gonna short.
I promise the patch works.
This is more than a mattress. This is the Grand Lux, where thoughtful luxury meets the art of sleep. Featuring the finest natural materials. Every layer, every stitch is crafted for unparalleled breathability and support. Sustainably sourced, meticulously crafted.
Oh,
The
wow.
pinnacle of conscious comfort. Because luxury isn't just how it feels, it's how it's made. Experience the Grand Lux mattress by Avocado. Dream of better.
Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, right?
Dang, it's up 7,000 on each of them. Holy shit. Yeah, look at the screenshot. He's being greedy though. If he get caught, he's gonna be MIA.
Oh, I can ignore that.
Yeah, he
Just
needs to
remind me
log
get life
off.
insurance, but I can do it later. We just got our life insurance to Ethos. You could get $1 million in coverage, and it only takes about 10 minutes. That's not bad, actually.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Callie Evans, Brian Sullivan, Power Lunch, weekdays 2 Eastern, CNBC.
Every day, checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need.
Oh no, my short's about to hit.
Order filled.
There we go, that's my short. That's it.
of it this morning
Order
after the
submitted.
company's board of directors made what they're calling essentially a down payment
Order filled.
on a 2018 compensation
And
plan
I'm
that
out.
has yet to go into effect because it's been
Order
held up
submitted.
by the courts in Delaware. And it was the delay in at least getting the Supreme Court of Delaware to rule on Chancellor McCormick's ruling invalidating that same pay plan that has frustrated the board to the extent that they wanted to at least give Mr. Musk something and do it sooner than waiting. Now, it doesn't mean that they aren't still respecting the courts there and very much focused on what will happen. But as of today, he's got 96 million shares. Same exercise price is under the 2018 plan, and the value about
No, I don't trade
billion
FN.
dollars. Now, if you recall, it's that 2018 plan that had what seemed to be at the time audacious, perhaps not even the right word. I mean, just targets for the stock
Yeah.
price and market cap.
I don't like when you have to make a video, you get a payout or whatever.
An enormous payday for Mr. Musk. I mean, one that
I don't know, I think for the first payout, it's not my style.
recorded history of man. That said, Chancellor McCormick in Delaware had an issue with it, saying the
Yeah.
board had, she had undue influence over the board. She rejected it. They put it back to shareholders, I think it was last June. They voted in favor of it yet again at a 70% rate. And McCormick said no again. Hence, we're waiting for the appeal of that in the Delaware Supreme Court. And so that's where we stand right now in terms of at least saying to Musk, hey, we're giving you something. And by the way, if they do rule against the pay plan again or they uphold her decision, they're going to figure something out. Not to mention,
What?
they've got an annual meeting coming up in November, and in September we're going to get a proxy on a new comp plan for Musk that obviously is for the future.
Oh yeah, nah, it's too lazy. It's gonna end this week. I'll do it later. I'll do it tonight. This week, I just got an email saying it's ending this week.
That is basically his ability to keep
Yeah.
the ball in the
The
air.
10th is when it ends.
Because the business is
Yeah.
not supportive of that $1 trillion.
You well know, I guess, robo-taxis and robotics now that are getting people excited, and they obviously want him to be there to deliver on what they believe are going to be
Can we get it down?
significant opportunities. And it's not
It is the expectation that perhaps it could be more of one.
Time now for a CNBC News update. Bertha Coombs has that for us. Hi, Bertha.
Hi, Mike. The president's envoy to the Middle East is expected to travel to Russia this week as the U.S. pushes the Kremlin to make a peace deal with Ukraine. President Trump has set a Friday deadline
Well, my funny futures, I don't see any sales right now. I just see 5% off only. So hopefully they'll do something nice.
Texas's Republican Governor Greg Abbott says he will begin trying to remove Democratic lawmakers from office today if they do not return to the state. They fled on Sunday to deny a quorum in the state house for a vote today on proposed congressional maps. The new maps drawn by Republicans would create 5 new Republican-leaning seats. And Representative Nancy Mace launched a long-expected bid for governor of South Carolina today. Mace says her campaign platform calls for a zero-tolerance approach to crime cutting, the state income tax, and banning pronouns in the classroom. Leslie?
All right, Bertha, thank you. After the
I need
break, here's
200.
Are getting an early boost on results. We'll tell you about that move and
What are you short at?
a big earnings pop. Is on Semia Canary in the coal mine that stock sitting at the bottom of the
Give me 120.
At Finance of America, we're here to help make your home work for you. Because there's a better way to unlock your home equity with our unique second mortgage designed for homeowners 55 and up. So you can access tax-free cash.
There you go.
Without adding a new monthly payment. And
Abort. Take your money. Get out.
like build that home so you can keep rocking out. Move your parents in. You can use the extra cash to fund home renovation, improve monthly cash flow, or cover unexpected costs like medical expenses.
I have to hold mine.
Money back. Take care of the ones you love. Call 785-0605 today.
Yeah, I have 205.
No obligation. And speak to a lender you can trust.
Where's my exit? I think I want to exit at 200. Yeah, 200 is my exit.
If you're 55 and up, Call today, because when it comes to unlocking your home equity, there's a better way with FO.
224. It bounced earlier, so let's see.
With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we got a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
I need Trump to tweet something and just flush it.
15, just $15 a month. So, everything mobile premium wireless.
Let's check his tongue for steroids.
Mobile premium wireless. 15, 15, and that. So,
what kind of coffee do you drink? You found that your kayak.
Oh, Gonzalez got a payout for my day trader freebies that he won. Straight to funded. So that's good. Love seeing payouts from the freebies.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own. And fast. Thankfully, she's on Redcat.
You counting your money?
And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
Wait, ain't you green?
And our summerberry trifle.
Oh, you're greedy.
Cake. Grab one or both for your next summer gathering. Stop in today or order online at parisbaguette.com.
Want to glow up? Bring your phone. With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini. Here's
Nice, nice.
Let's keep this between us.
Come on, let's go.
You can get this fixed now and pay later.
Let's see the 15 minutes. I think we're gonna lose 200. Well, I'm green on my TPT, not yet, but almost green.
We are over 30 minutes into the hour. Here are three big movers we're watching. Wayfair gaining after earnings per share coming in more than double expectations. Revenue also a beat there, those shares up more than 8%. Shares of network infrastructure company CommScope surging after Amphenol, a maker of fiber optic cables and sensors, announced plans to buy CommScope's connectivity and cable solutions unit for $10
Did you move your stop loss down?
Amphenol.
Oh, nice. So either way, you make money. That's good.
CommScope shares of 67% right now. And Tyson Foods raising guidance thanks to strength in its chicken, pork, and prepared food segments. Those shares up 3.6%.
Silicon went on semis week results.
Van is the biggest crackhead. And Mugo. Where's Mugo?
Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way. We make coffee that supports our community, and Walmart played a big part.
Good.
You know, most of what Walmart spends was the products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.
Ooh,
So we can invest back
ooh.
into our community.
I like this. Yeah, it's almost green. Come on. Let me get out.
Order filled.
I got out. Took a negative $20. I'm still green for the day on that. I'll wait till I get a better short. Eval, yeah, eval. It's a 25k eval. I don't want to blow on the first day and look bad in front of everybody.
At customink.com. Boss, furniture heroes like Jackie from finance keep costs low, so you can get our Consumer Reports recommended treasure mattress,
Feature packed Athens Power Sofa,
Going back up now.
Marble Elm dining set at our everyday low prices.
After my health scare last year, can't help but wonder if they'd be okay without me.
We still need to get life insurance for Etha. It's a smart financial move that helps protect their future.
I'll get coverage now.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
All right, so we got 2 free 50k straight to fund from day traders to give out. Yeah. Yeah, trade day.
But today's invest differently. It's not just about stocks and bonds, but also real estate, classic cars,
Why?
and fine art.
Why can't you trade there? Oh, I thought you did a chargeback. Don't do chargeback, okay? Chargeback is wrong.
A strong run-up over the
I gotta
past
make
few
the graphics for the 2B
Microsoft's biggest
freeze.
one-day drop on record last week after the Trump administration narrowed the focus of tariff policy. So, what is the strategy for the base metal going forward? Tune into our Market Navigator segment later on today on Power Lunch for more on that. 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So an opportunity. Schwab gives you round-the-clock
Load up my
access to
stash.
the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade with Schwab. Behind this couple's financial future is their advisor.
Man, look at that pump back up. Good thing I took the L on it.
Institutional quality bond funds.
I already shorted at 45.
Order submitted. Delivered year after year. Fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
There we go.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
On semi, sliding after second quarter results showed a double-digit drop in both EPS and revenue since the same quarter last year, also issuing lackluster guidance. Well, the street now looking ahead to the next chip bellwether.
What, you're red now?
Stacey, first big
Oh,
picture.
okay.
What have we learned so far in the group from this earnings season? Obviously, NVIDIA is yet to come, but whether it's the durability of the AI data center,
Order submitted.
or also the fortunes of the non-data center segment.
Yeah,
Bye.
we still have the bifurcation, which frankly has been going on for a while. The AI names look to be doing really well. The spending intentions, the capex, everything has been going up.
Whoa, my thing just froze. The hell? Ninja Trader dead. Restart.
Even where we have seen some strength, that maybe it could be pulled forward in front of tariffs or anything else. And we've heard that dreaded P word, on a number of calls, frankly, and whenever we hear it, people tend to get a little nervous. PCs, like end demand for PCs has been relatively strong, but again, I think that pull forward is very real there. I think within the analog, the industrial, like a lot of them are at least calling for a cyclical bottom and maybe for a return to growth and a recovery, but at the same time, you worry, like, is it sustainable? Is it anything more than just inventory filling? And again, is it being driven maybe by free
Order submitted.
There's a lot of uncertainty out there. The AI, spending at least seems to be a little more certain at this point.
And when it comes to AMD, I mean, obviously most of the chip companies that can have tried to sort of recast themselves as those with leverage to the AI spending trend. I know it's had a great run in the stock. Maybe you think it's overdone since you're sort of at a hold on it.
Order canceled.
Yeah, and I always cautious by saying that I tend to miss AMD on the upside anyways. It's not uncommon for me. The stock has been very strong. I kind of get it. I mean, again, they are levered in some sense to the AI trade. They do have products. There's some demand. Supposedly they're getting their China licenses back. Supposedly, if they do, that may drive some upside in the near term. And as I said, you can kind of dream on AMD right now. Like, the real story for AMD's AI is actually next year. It's the MI450. That's their first rack scale offering. It's the first one, at least on paper, gets them more competitive with NVIDIA. And it doesn't come for over a year. So, like, right now, it can be...
Whoa, what the fuck? Why did it went long? What the hell? Oh, my ghost order. What a...
See if they can, support that or not once we get there. But
fucking A. I have a long... the ghost order went long on my 25k TPT eval. Yeah, that sucks so bad. I need 232. That copy trading always does that.
stock performance and, you know, some of our conversations, the expectations have risen quite a bit. Like they better do pretty well, like when they report tomorrow.
I don't want to pay that much for it.
Next year, does it
Wow,
come
that's a big
at the
dip.
expense of NVIDIA, Broadcom, or just, you know, are the numbers not big enough for that to happen?
Yeah, let me just hit the L. That's so bad.
$200 billion of AI. The bull case is something
That's
like
a lot.
Visa said it's a $500 billion cap, but if they just get 5%,
I just took the L on that.
be nearly enough, but bringing me that for now would be fine.
Good thing I didn't ghost fill my Pro just to eval.
If you think that they have line of sight to something like that.
Let me get this giveaway started. Streamlab. Yeah, dump it, baby. Go.
Yeah, considering NVIDIA revenue for next fiscal year.
I hope Van's not touching it. Greedy shit.
That's a big number. Stacey, thank you.
Dude made like 8,000 on each account. That's awesome. I love seeing that. Yeah, he needs that. He needs that payout big time. Which one are we giving out? MFU? Scale. Okay. Let me. Got 7 minutes. We'll start the giveaway.
Never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. Wealth management experience as sophisticated as
Good shit, Chris.
it's time.
He said done, but you're gonna log back in.
Just like you, find a better way to unlock their home equity with our range of reverse mortgage options. Because you can access tax-free cash and eliminate monthly mortgage payments.
What is this?
Just eliminating the mortgage payment freed up a lot of cash for us.
If you're a homeowner 55 and up, you can use the extra cash for budget relief to unexpected costs.
Oh, looks like the dip is because of Trump.
We remodeled our condo, paid off our car,
Oh,
and credit cards.
yeah. Whatever the screenshot was on in the chat.
So, do what they did. Call 800-719-5311
Tesla's going red too. Let's go. Dump this shit. Come on, Kite. Say it.
Because when it comes to unlocking your home equity, there's a better way with FOA.
We need to lose that 200 for us to drop more.
Today, or get your free info kit at FOA.com.
Yeah, dump this Ponzi.
Joe, you'll be my second poll. That's not bad.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Come on, lose that 200. We can flush this shit. Let's go. There we go.
And the light is the key to a truly unforgettable mountain vacation.
Give me 159. Come on, baby. Woo!
Book your getaway today.
Popeyes is getting saucy. New chicken dip starring Popeye's signature sauce. Love that chicken from Popeyes.
So what do you think the target is on the way down? Think we hit 150?
Driven by a drop in insurance underwriting, though their
I'll take that.
energy manufacturing service and retailing businesses all saw higher profits versus a year ago.
Trump.
The company warning, quote, considerable uncertainty remains as to the ultimate outcome of tariffs and that it is reasonably possible there could be adverse consequences on most, if not all, of our operating businesses as well as on our investments in equity securities. So this seems to indicate, as you know, we heard from Powell last week,
Yeah.
that the full effects
I
of
would
tariffs
love a 140.
have yet to be, filtered through.
Yeah, I mean, Berkshire's operating businesses are kind of just, they stand right across the global economy, the U.S. economy.
Right,
I
money.
mean, this is a little bit of a kind of a pro
They could
forma
have a
warning of the
40
from
free,
Berkshire saying, look,
40
again,
free account
making
this
great
month.
promises here.
Maybe 60 free
There's
account. Hell yeah.
underlying, if you exclude the currency effects, actually pretty good, about 8%
50K
year-over-year.
straight
But
to
yeah, there's pressure on
funded
insurance after
day
tough
traders.
comparisons with last year. And then I think the stock, I think it faces a little bit of a higher burden of proof. There's been some underperformance since Buffett said he was going to back away, although I see that a lot of that as just sort of taking away some of the excessive valuation premium. Final note, a lot of housing exposure inside of Berkshire. That's been sluggish, but if rates come down, maybe it perks up.
All right, coming up, the Palantir is the best performer on the S&P this year, but a key test tonight, of course, the company will report results. We'll have more on what to expect with one early investor. He got into the company long before it was public back in 2011. Money Movers begins.
Oh, come on. Don't pump it back up.
Possession of evidence and unlawful cover-up.
Oh, you still can't request your payout on Lucid, right? I'll ask the guy over there. Yeah.
We just want to make it easier to take care of everybody.
How many days has it been? This is your 12 days?
This is
18 days.
We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team.
Okay,
It's
that's
so
not the
easy.
question.
I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com. Reba here, back to tell you about Realtor.com.
I think he's busy with the Ninja Trader show, so he'll answer me when he's off.
So number one and make it real with Realtor.com.
Good job, though. Congrats.
For Imprint, you get more than promo products. You get the certainty of personal service, design expertise, and
So your ROI is good on that firm now, right? Nice, nice.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book. Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Let me start the giveaway.
I like things just
50K skill. There we go.
recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Asking the questions others don't. Actively managed ETFs from T. Rowe Price, designed to outperform the index.
Introducing CNBC Plus.
Bye.
Streaming platform from the #1 source in
Congrats.
business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to CNBC.com/plus.
We're still over 200. I want to lower. Dump it, baby. Hell yeah. Ooh, look at that dip. Give me 150. 150, baby. See? There you go again, crazy line. So you're going to log off. Dang, that pump.
Possible hints about Tim Cook's M&A strategy. Right now, we've got the S&P up some 1.13%, NASDAQ even stronger, at almost a 1.5% gain. Of course, this after, Leslie, significant losses, certainly for this year, that we haven't seen too often, since at least sort of the tariff worries days in early April on Friday when we were down sharply.
Yeah, quite the bounce after last week. Getting a news alert on OpenAI. Let's get to Mackenzie Fagalos from San Francisco. Mackenzie.
Hey there, Leslie. So OpenAI's ChatGPT is set to hit 700 million weekly active users this week. That is up from 500 million in March, marking more than fourfold year-over-year growth. Now that figure spans all ChatGPT products from free and plus pro to enterprise and team, and it comes in daily user messages now top 3 billion. Now, business adoption is also surging with 5 million paying business users, up from 3 million just months ago. And this milestone follows OpenAI securing $8.3 billion from top venture investors as part of its SoftBank-led $40 billion fundraising round.
Order submitted.
Now, that fresh capital pushes annual recurring revenue to $13 billion. It's tracking to surpass $20 billion by year-end. Now, for comparison, rival Anthropic is reportedly generating around $4 billion in ARR as it seeks up to $5 billion in new funding and a $170 billion valuation. Guys?
Yeah, well, Mackenzie, that's one reason why investors are happy to just continue to give them capital. I mean, that $20 billion revenue number you just shared, you're talking a $300 billion value post-money,
The
at least
dip
from that
is almost done now on the 3 minutes.
revenues there that frankly is below
Yeah, the dip is almost done.
number of other companies. The question, of course, is how much capital they need to continue to consume
Order
the
canceled.
losses, right, that they're going to continue to have as they build that data centers
Order
all over
submitted.
the country and the world.
I did 240 and I'll short one of
To your
them.
point, the story here is OpenAI's rapid monetization. ARR on track for 20 billion by year-end, more than 4 times Anthropic's reported 4 billion. And that usage growth is also accelerating, quadruple year-over-year versus 2.5x last year. On valuation, you already said it, 300 billion for OpenAI compared to the 170 billion for Anthropic. But to your point, they've got to close this $40 billion round by the end of the year.
Ooh, that
They've already
pump.
had another 8.3 billion, but they're looking to close that. The company is looking to open it up to new members that haven't been a part of the cap table in the past. So keeping an eye on that, David.
Yep. Thank you, Mackenzie.
Let's turn back to the market. The S&P coming off its worst session since May as stocks look set poised for a rebound today. Here with us now at Post 9, JP Morgan Chair of Global Research, Joyce Chang. Great to be here. Thank you. Good to have you. So how much of the economy do you think is priced into the markets at these levels based on the data that we saw last week?
I still think the tariffs are not priced in now. We've had a lot of front loading, and so the effects of the tariffs are still, the worst is still ahead to be felt. And, you know, the tariff levels we're ending up with now are not that far below Liberation Day. I mean,
There's only 1, 2, 3, 4 people with 50 points. That's it. Easy chance to win.
22%. So I still think that the worst on the tariffs is still to come. And the data pretty consistently across the board has been looking at a downshift.
Why do you think the worst is yet to come on the tariffs?
Because I think you've had a tremendous amount of front loading that occurred in the first half.
We got Zoe, Doc, Kite, Ray, and SK.
That we're ending up with is higher than some expectations. Like 15% became the new 10%, and you still have these product-specific tariffs that are going in. And we still have some wild cards out there like Russia.
Speaking of tariffs, actually, Joyce, I want you to hold on for a second because I do want to get to Eamon Javers. He does have some news for us regarding that from DC. Eamon.
Yeah,
Oh, it's dropping back again.
President Trump expressing some frustration with the country of India on Truth Social, his social media site. Just within the past couple of minutes, officials here saying this post reflects the president's frustration with his inability to get a trade deal with India. The president posting, India is not only buying massive amounts of Russian oil,
Kite deserved to win.
for much of the oil purchase, selling it on the open market for big profits. They don't care how many people in Ukraine are being killed by the Russian war machine. Because of this, I will be substantially raising the tariff paid by India to the USA. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So officials here not saying right away, David, exactly what tariff level the president has in mind to raise tariffs to for India, but saying that this reflects ongoing frustration. And as you know, the idea of an India deal has been on the table since the very earliest stages of this overall global trade negotiation. India has just been
Hit that dip earlier. Got some few people blowing up on the dip.
You can see his frustration in this tweet and maybe some art of the deal.
They're trying to buy the dip now, and now we're just dropping.
25% already on India, or does that imply it's going to be higher?
Yeah, I mean, it implies it's going to be higher. And then the question is, how much higher? And just ask officials there. They don't have any information yet on what tariff level the president's contemplating. Maybe that's a decision he hasn't made yet, exactly how high to go.
And then do we know exemptions? I'm looking at shows.
Yeah, just gotta put the kid in the closet and lock the door.
A lot of their U.S. productions, production of iPhone for the U.S. market to India.
Throw the motherfucker in the bathroom or something.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting question because.
No, I can't trade when I babysit, so I have to watch TV with those two kids when I was babysitting. So you can't really trade.
Vietnam, India, and other countries.
And you do, you're gonna blow up. You don't want that.
But now this trade war is expanding. There may be no safe harbor, and that's probably the way the Trump White House wants it, right? I mean, they want all this production back in the United States. We've seen Howard Lutnick talking.
You let the kids use your YouTube and just spam the chat and get your points in. Can't
They can do that or not. That's really what the Trump administration wants. They're trying to get her.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Eamon, thank you.
Fuck, I forgot about that.
Joyce, interesting, of course, we're just talking about this potentially even higher levels now with India.
Yeah.
But get back to your point in terms of why we haven't really felt the full impact. And when do you think it will be felt?
I think you got to look.
I want to see 160.
Around the fourth quarter of the year, but if we just look at the data that came out last week, everything's downshifting a bit.
Oh, 150, but I don't think it's gonna hit. No, at least not yet.
Production, you look at retail sales, and we're seeing that private demand in the U.S. and China are both slowing. So in the two largest economies. So I think front loading has been the story in the first half of the year. Now we're looking at a tariff rate that we think is settling at 18 to 20%, but that's an import tax. That's an import tax that we think is around, 1.25 to 1.4% of GDP. So that's going to be felt. So there's still been, I think, a lot of complacency on the tariffs. And I think the India shows that there's still wild cards. Russia's a wild card. And we still have the delay on China as well, with tariff discussions still ongoing there after another extension.
And the uncertainty factor as well, showing that, just because the rates are set on a certain country doesn't mean it's settled law and things can change.
Right, and the geopolitics matter. It's not just about, it's tied into a number of different factors. Brazil, India are both showing you that.
What do you make of the two positions that President Trump is looking to fill with regard to the BLS and then as well as
This shit won't drop.
Should the markets be thinking about those as it pertains to the independence element, the prospect of a shadow Fed chair kind of being in that seat, and reading things on an objective level?
Yeah, well, I think that, getting rid of Powell is not going to happen because the legal challenges would take longer than probably his term. But I think that Trump has made it very clear that he's looking at somebody that, loyalty is an issue in this, and he has the objective of bringing down rates. But I still think, look, we haven't changed our call. I mean, we still have December before the Fed moves because the inflation pressures are there. And I think that you do have a number of, it's not just the governors, you've got all the regional governors.
Even with that employment number and the revisions we got on Friday, you're still not thinking?
Yeah. I mean, no, well, look, the market is pricing in September. It's definitely going to be debated in September. But I still think you're seeing some of these inflation
Still trading? You're over trading.
You could see that in some of the June data.
You're over trading. You're still trading.
We're still sticking with our guns that for December for right now, but obviously it's going to be debated.
Gotcha. No more.
Yet to really feel the magnitude of
No Ninja Trader tournament. Oh, you got 46 points. You can get 50 points easily. Just 4 more.
Europe actually has been lagging since February. We've been having a debate on whether it is time.
Man, I can't change the time anymore, but you got a lot of time left, so don't worry. 28 minutes left, so 3 points is easy.
That's actually worked if you've done that in Europe or in Japan. But the AI data center story is still very much a secular story that has more momentum. I mean, there's some concern on the disconnect between free cash flow and earnings right now, but I wouldn't say that you're seeing a drop in momentum of that particular store.
And yet you look at the, the 10 years at 4.2, T-bills around the same
Yeah, you're not
level.
gonna get 50. You only have 7.
About investors' appetite to hold duration in this current environment and about treasuries as an attractive place to park your money right now.
Well, look, I don't think that investors should be chasing duration here, but the big story, even bigger than the Fed, I think, will be the fiscal outlook.
Good
the
job,
deficit is
Isis.
running at 7% of GDP. Now, Treasury funding isn't an issue this year. That's well covered for 2025. But that's kind of an issue by the time you get to the first
Damn,
quarter
AQ's
of next year.
back up over
I still
200.
think it is a market where there's
Not liking
much
it.
more of a gravitation into equities. We think some diversification and international makes sense, but the short end is where we would still
Yeah.
stay, with respect to the Treasury market.
Yeah, global issue. Lots of countries issuing debt all at the same time. Something that is likely to play a role next year. Joyce, thank you.
Thank
See,
you
the
so much.
15 minutes, still, it's not curving down yet.
Wall Street economists not so worried about accusations of altered job numbers in the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Details on what they are focused on next.
Plus, with
I'm gonna change the image.
Cigna, Molina Health sitting 52-week lows. What about the healthcare sector? Is it nearing a bottom? We'll talk about that when Money Movers returns.
Most people don't realize how processed typical dog food is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get the daily nutrition without the excess processing.
Think so?
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
Indeed.
Indeed, you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire. At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations.
I got 26 minutes into the giveaway.
Boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys
Later.
with a dream and a little help from Walmart. We make coffee that supports our community.
Oh, wow. DC, you got 51 points. Good job. Trader, you need 3 more points.
We can invest back into our community. That is how you grew a mighty fine American business.
What's up? Yeah, I can hear you. Loud and clear.
Join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at
Yeah.
cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
Popeyes is getting saucy.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
New chicken dip. Start Popeyes signature.
And also you have 60 days to pass too for that the eval. Wait, what do you mean park them? Oh, you mean not use the credit? Oh, you talking about paying for the activation? You can park it? I didn't know that. That's cool.
Summer with a bundle that's something for everyone. Disney Plus and ESPN Plus bundle. With plans starting at just $16.99.
I thought they had to be a typo or something. You probably thought so too. Something that has been a work in progress for us at OMB and at CEA here in the White House to try to understand why the data have become so unreliable. There's some parts of the story about response rates and so on, but I think
That's actually really cool.
We get a fresh set of eyes over there to try to modernize labor data because it has to be transparent, it has to be reliable, it has to be something the market can make big bets on.
Welcome back. That was the NBC
Yeah.
director Kevin Hassett earlier this
Are you
week.
gonna ask the support people or?
President Trump's firing of the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This after unfounded accusations somehow that last week's job numbers were rigged. CNBC senior economic reporter Steve Leisman has more on what the revisions themselves may actually be telling investors. Steve.
Yeah, David, thanks. Wall Street economists not concerned that Friday's payroll numbers were altered for political reasons. They're really concerned the numbers are real and signal a slowdown. JP Morgan writing the broad message from this week's news is that trend growth is slowing. And
I need this to drop.
Large down revisions to prior payroll growth
There we go.
and a renewed rise in the unemployment rate confirm our long-held view that a softening labor market will lead the Fed to cut policy rates. And the futures market, the Fed funds market trading, just like those numbers are real and not political, adding a third expected rate cut from the Fed this year. You can see that the third one is new. We have been trading with high probability.
Still in the same area, hasn't jumped yet.
Why these big revisions hasn't talked about it? Well, there are in fact lower response rates since the pandemic. Smaller companies especially may be reporting later right now they could be losing workers because they are the hardest hit by the tariffs. Immigration and deportation have been changing the workforce, messing around with some of the seasonal reps. And of course, there have been BLS cutbacks this year due to administration actions. In an interview, former BLS Commissioner Erica Grocia said the jobs report is compiled by hundreds of people and it's extremely automated in the last stages. So the BLS Commissioner...
That 200 is so annoying. Keep going back up.
Grocia is part of a broad group of economists roundly criticizing the president's assertion that the numbers were, quote, rigged. Friends of BLF said in a statement, this rationale for firing Dr. McIntyre is without merit and undermines the credibility of federal economic statistics that are of intelligent economic decision-making by businesses, families, and policymakers. The White House declining to provide any evidence that the data was altered for political reasons, instead pointing to big revisions. But those revisions show no political bias, including, Leslie, as you remember, an 818,000 downward revision in August of 2024, 3 months before the election.
Right. The revisions appear to be political party agnostic. Steve, thank you very much. Here with us now at Post 9, Renaissance Macro's head of economic research, Neil Dutta. Neil writing this weekend, quote, the U.S. public statistics represent the gold standard, calling them into question just because they tell you something you don't
just
like.
lose the 89. Yeah, it's coming down.
Confidence has been undercut at this juncture.
Well, it takes time to undercut confidence. I mean, I think the risk for the White House is when they replace the BLS commissioner with someone that they like, their words, not mine, the risk is the economic data are still weak. So now you have a talking point for the other side, right? Because you're basically allowing your own person
right back
to
up.
tell you that the numbers are bad. So that could be arguably even worse for them. So, you know, look, I mean, I think the timing is a little bit interesting. If you felt that way about revisions and low response rates, I mean, this is something that people have been talking
We
about.
can get down to 85 and lose 85. It might go down
on day
more.
one. So I think it's a little bit suspect that you feel like doing it now, but you know, we're here.
Somebody who relies on that data and we get a new person in there and potentially new staff members, are you going to have questions and or at least some
Damn it. Back 200.
the reliability?
Well, you have questions about that regardless. I mean, I had questions about the employment data in the second quarter because my assumption was that they were looking a little bit too strong relative to the other things in the economic statistics. And I think, you know, to the extent that we saw these revisions, it actually brings
Got 20 minutes to get 2 points, trader.
to alignment with the other releases that the government's been putting out. Like as an example, the Bureau of Economic Analysis put out data on GDP growth, and we see that private domestic demand is actually quite sluggish over the first half of the year. So the employment data actually helps close that gap a little bit.
Because there are so many different forms of data as it pertains to the economy, whether they come from the private sector, other types of surveys, and so forth. Why should we care if confidence is shattered in kind of the U.S. statistics that are put out by BLS from here on out? What impact does that have just on the broader economy, on decision making by businesses?
He's trying. Come on.
The alternative data that's out there.
Well, it's important to know where the economy stands if you're in a business, right? I mean, I think that's important. And so to the extent that the markets and the people trust what the government's putting out, I think that's very important in terms of making hiring investment decisions about the future.
We believe the numbers. The revisions were quite significant. What do you take away from the report itself in terms of, and where do you think the economy stands right now?
Well, I think the economy is softening, and I think, look, I mean, revisions historically, they tend to sort of amplify the cyclical dynamics that are already in place. So when you have a strong economy, the revisions tend to be to the upside, and when you have a weak economy, the revisions tend to be the downside. This revision was well beyond some of that, but it's not to say that we didn't think downward revisions were coming. I mean, that's something that Governor Waller has been talking quite a bit about lately. But to me, ultimately, employment comes from economic growth. So you have to lay out a case for why you think growth will be stronger. And it's really hard to make that case right now. I mean,
why is it hard to make that case?
Well, I mean, if you look at, first of all, private demand is weakening. That tends to set the table for where growth is going to go. The housing market continues to weaken as builders align their construction activity to sales. So that means that housing starts will keep coming under pressure, which means that construction employment probably comes under pressure. If you look at business intentions for investment outside of AI, it doesn't look all that great. So, to me, that's a problem. And I do think if the labor markets are slowing and you have prime age rates of employment coming down, why will consumer spending be strong? And so, to me, at a minimum, it tells you that growth will be below potential over the back half of the year.
So do you think the Fed should have cut rates last week then?
Yes, I mean, but I've been saying that. I mean, I thought they should have cut in June. So I've been sort of out of the consensus to begin with. So I think it's important that, I think the issue right now for market participants to think about is, can the Fed cut as much as they would
babysitting.
Want to, as much as they did last year? Because it's also likely that over the summer, the inflation statistics look a little bit firmer as well. So that to me makes it harder for them to start with a 50 basis point move in September.
Man, this NQ is annoying.
You should be the next Fed board governor. Is that a job that you would be interested in taking?
Anybody in my seat would be happy to take that job, but I haven't been contacted for it.
Finally, so what is causing the slowdown in the economy? Is it impact of tariffs? Is it uncertainty? What do you point to?
Well, I mean, it's interesting you mentioned that, David, because I do think the bull case right now is like, oh, these revisions should have happened because the uncertainty was really high. Now the uncertainty is going away, and so we've already started to see a sequential improvement. And I don't really buy that, by the way. I mean, I think the reason why the economy is weak is because monetary policy is restrictive, and that's pretty evident in lots of indicators, particularly what we're seeing in housing. I think the administration was probably dealt a pretty weak hand, and they didn't have the buffer that they thought they had when they were embarking on this trade policy. Tariffs, I mean, this brings transition costs, and we're seeing that bear out. So I think it was probably the wrong time to do this. I would expect additional trade skirmishes in the back half of the year. So I think we're not even out of the woods yet on the uncertainty, but I would just say I think the fact that the effective tariff rate is going up is probably more of a headwind than the uncertainty around it coming down.
So you don't,
Dang, back up again.
The One Big Beautiful Bill Act provides them that
I
buffer.
think the
I mean, because that's more about removing a headwind and locking the current baseline into place.
it looks like even on the 3 minute, looks like the dip is almost over.
But if Nevada has the highest unemployment rate in the country, then what good is it really?
Yeah, bonus depreciation, though, has resulted in a lot of cash savings that conceivably is going into CapEx.
Yeah,
increased CapEx.
That's possible, but again, I mean, ultimately, if you're a business, you respond to demand conditions, and if you think demand is going to slow, why would you want to spend the money now?
All right, Neil, thank you very much.
Crazy market.
New strikes at Boeing. What comes next after more than 3,000 defense workers walked off the job?
Plus, Figma, just the latest company to surge.
There's no big ER today, so I don't know why it ran up so much.
Significantly today. We'll talk with an early investor about that move and what it means for the IPO market moving
Yeah,
forward.
I don't see anything else. I thought a tax thing was making it go down.
worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your Comfortable Retirement Kit. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made these $15 bills. You know, it's green, Mint saves you money, maybe my face is on it. Maybe back in my head as well. But it turns out that's so there goes my big idea for the commercial here. I now have a lot of heritage money to burn.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
Stock investors, learning to use options could improve your returns when stocks rise and turn losing stocks into winning trades. Our new book can show you how.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow, on measurable, I'm being successful. I have a couple of stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it. Get your free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. That's itsnotanoption.com.
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't like the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations, Cynthia.
Introducing our new lifetime warranty on zirconia arches. Only at Clear Choice.
Chop this now.
A free consultation. Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news.
Yeah.
Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. CNBC.com/plus.
Understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always looking.
Closing bell overtime. Weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Let's turn to Boeing. Continued labor issues for that company, and Phil LeBeau's got the latest for us. Phil.
David, there is a strike right now of Boeing workers down in the St. Louis area. That part of the company builds defense projects. Specifically, they work on the F-16, F-18, some munition systems.
Oh, that's a new
as
candle.
well. About 3,200 workers
Huh?
who are represented by the International Association of Machinists went on strike at midnight. They have
I
rejected
don't know who that is.
20% raise, including a $5,000 signing bonus. And as I mentioned, they're the people responsible for building the F-16, the F-18, and some other military products that are provided by Boeing.
I don't
Kelly
think so,
Woodford, when
though.
we talked with him last week after the company reported its Q2 results, he expressed optimism that ultimately they will get a deal done with the machinists in St. Louis. You might be looking at shares of Boeing over the last year and saying, well, why isn't there a greater reaction today? It's down fractionally. Part of the reason is because of that run-up that you
I got
see at
9
the end of
minutes.
last year after they agreed to a new contract with 33,000 machinists who work on the commercial airplanes at Boeing. Commercial airplanes has long been the driver of shares of Boeing.
Oh, Trader, you got your 50 points already. Nice work.
Be ignored, but the fact of the matter is, it's not going to have a huge impact, at least short term, that you see when the machinists out in the Seattle area went on strike in the fall. That's when we saw a greater fall off in shares late last summer for shares of Boeing. But again, about 3,200 workers. They went on strike at midnight. We'll see if Boeing can reach some kind of an agreement. By the way, the price that was, or the pay package for those machinists on the commercial side, guys, 38% raise. The contract that was rejected on the defense side by the machinist was a 20% raise. So I'm sure they're looking at their fellow workers and saying, we want closer to 38%, not 20%.
Totally makes sense. Phil, let me get you on Tesla. Obviously making good at least partially on the 2018 comp
I
plan.
need lock out so I don't touch this. Lock out all day.
Not surprised
There we
that
go.
they reached
Trying
a
to get
deal here.
tentative
And David, I heard what you said earlier today, and I think it's a key point. The fact that this is essentially
I wish TradeAway has a lockout button. I really love that.
with Elon Musk that goes away if the Delaware Supreme Court ultimately rules in favor of the original pay deal. So there's no double dipping here. And I think from the standpoint of Tesla investors, they like the fact that he's got to stay at least through 27 if this contract goes into effect, which it does go into effect. And as you see, the value there calculated, what, about $26.8 billion, not close to the $50 billion that the original pay package is worth, or was.
Do we have any news coming up?
Ultimately, when you look at the value, what?
We don't have anything coming up, right? Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, they needed to do something to.
Okay, looks like it's trying to curve back up on the 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Phil, we're meeting in November, so we're going to get a new proxy very soon that's going to have a new comp plan in there, is what I'm told. So that'll be interesting reading.
Yeah, and look, people will look at that, and I know that there will
Are
be
you
people
green at
who
least?
watch this today who will sit there and say $90 billion is ridiculous. Is
That's
anybody worth
good.
that? The fact of the matter is, David, you and I have reported on this. When that first pay package was put out there, and the metrics were set
Oh,
out
feed the
in terms of
kid?
what had to be achieved, almost everybody said, "Oh, there's no way he's going to hit all of these metrics." I think there were 10 of them that were set out there. They hit all those metrics. He deserved that money that was approved by shareholders at that time. Obviously,
His market sucks now.
we don't think that the process was fair, and this will ultimately get hashed out in court. But he did hit the metrics, David. That's often overlooked by people.
Yeah, totally. No, it's a great point one we've made. He did. And as you point out, at the time, we all thought, no way. I mean, I can't remember one voice that said, oh, yeah, this is going to happen. Phil, thank you. Phil LeBeau.
You bet.
Time now for a news update. Bertha Coombs has that for us. Hi, Bertha.
Hey, Leslie. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said today he will convene his security cabinet this week to discuss how to direct the military
think so?
to move forward in Gaza.
Maybe in a few hours.
Include defeating Hamas and releasing the
Yeah.
roughly 50
Thou
remaining
hour.
hostages. Only 20 are believed to still be alive. An ex-girlfriend of Sean Diddy Combs wrote a letter to a
It's
New
only
York judge
10:30? Oh
urging
my gosh.
release on bail.
Feels like forever.
Was set to testify in the music mogul's federal trial, but dropped out before the proceedings started. Combs is scheduled to be sentenced on October 3rd on 2 counts of interstate prostitution. The jury acquitted him last month on more serious sex
I just
trafficking
need
and
Trump to
racketeering
tweet
charges.
something, just flush it.
The U.S. is giving
Lush.
consular officers the power to require up to $15,000
Yeah.
bonds for some tourist and business visas under a new pilot
I
program.
just want
launching in
1
2 weeks.
120.
According to
Give me down to
federal registered
120.
notice,
I'll be
the
happy.
additional bonds are aimed to crack down on people coming from countries with high rates of visa overstays. The new program takes effect.
I got a
August
few.
20th,
I'm holding
and
short
will
at
last for 1 year.
159 and 163.
Up next, the health of healthcare. Could the sector be nearing bottom? Certainly, we'll talk about the insurance or the healthcare insurance.
I'm gonna short at 240 if we hit 240 again.
Sponsored by Crypto.com.
This 3 minutes is curving up. Short term is gonna go back up.
It's America's premier crypto platform.
At AT&T Business, we confidently guarantee our network. What we can't guarantee, enough hours in the workday. Or your projects, always going as planned.
3 days, max.
Well,
Yeah.
more like 3 weeks. Hey, we're closing up shop on time?
Still open? Sure. Yes. They're open.
But with AT&T Business, you can get the connectivity.
Order canceled.
Answer this one so I don't touch this TPT.
Most people don't realize how processed typical
Order
dog food
canceled.
is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get their daily nutrition without the excess processing.
It's a no-brainer.
Order
I
submitted.
know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
It can be hard when the ones who cared for you need care. But the newcare.com makes navigating that next step easier. Whether it's a support at a senior living community, you can find the right fit for your loved one.
Alright, we got 2 minutes left. Let me go pee before I do the giveaway. I'll be back.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No,
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month, and his wife Ann a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop. You save.
What does it mean to live a rich life? It means fully first names, tearful goodbyes, and everything in between. With over 100 years experience navigating the ups and downs of the market and of life, our financial advisors will be there to help guide you through, so you can move ahead with confidence. Because with all you've done to find your rich, we'll do all we can to help you keep enjoying it.
Make some good summer barbecue, but I can't match these two hearty barbecue triple stacks from Firehouse Subs. Brisket smoked low and slow, stacked high with turkey and ham, and that slaw crunch. Get out of here. Take it from a real firefighter.
1 minute left. I'll pick the winner.
Something special about Texas weekends. Something that makes us push a little harder. Stand a little taller. Laugh a little louder. Jexa Energy every weekend is a 3-day weekend with more free electricity. Every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, free. Call 855-GOT-JEXA or visit JEXAenergy.com to switch to the free 3-day weekends plan. More free electricity for every Texas weekend to come. JEXA Energy.
Isn't really shopping. Amazing. I mean, discovering more of what we love for less just feels like something else, right?
Yes.
This isn't shopping. This is beyond shopping. This is finding.
Welcome back. Healthcare
3 minute look bullish, so my goes back up.
Performing S&P sector of the year. Names such as United Health and Cigna trading at multi-year lows. Joining us now, Raymond James, Director of Healthcare Research, John Ransom. You know, John, we've just been through, when it comes to these health insurers in particular, I mean, UNH has distinguished itself in the worst possible way, it feels like. I mean, CVS had a decent quarter, Humana had a decent quarter. What's going on here?
So we did a little exercise this weekend because we love numbers, David. And
That's so fucked up. I'm giving you 49 points.
every health insurer trading at 6 times
Oh, that bot is so wrong.
EPS. That's the number or that's the consensus number, except for United Healthcare, which is trading.
Alright, I'm gonna pick the winner now. Good luck.
So the market is
Oh shit, guy won. Oh my god. Holy shit.
Point out the problems, and we've discussed them here at various points.
Wow.
Pricing Medicare Advantage or mispricing.
I'll send them your email, Kai. I got your email.
You know, it's very company specific.
Finally, 2 months, you finally got a win. Okay.
CVS, for example,
That's it.
2 quarters in a row of beating numbers in their core.
Congrats, Kite.
Next year, we think Cigna's doing just fine with them line numbers. A little coming along the line with healthcare, which is pure Medicare Advantage, is doing just fine. Even Humana is hitting numbers this year. So it's very much segment and company specific. United's having problems across the board, as they admitted. And then we think, in particular, Medicaid and exchange fundamentals have gotten worse this year. So you see Oscar with a big reset of numbers. Obviously, Santina Molina.
Hey, y'all just get your 50 points for tomorrow too, okay? I'm gonna send an email out to my funded futures.
Company and segment specific. It's also the kind of the timing of when you went into the problem. CBS really hit the wall in 24. Hitting the wall in 2025. So there's a lot of differences among the companies. We are recommending some of these. After the sell-off, we're definitely recommending some of these stocks.
Okay, so what do you think is the light at the end of the tunnel then for these names, especially as it seems like healthcare costs aren't going down anytime soon?
So the interesting thing about insurance, it's not what the trend is, it's where you price it.
Later, buddy.
And that's really as simple as I can make it. So the light at the end of the tunnel is, I think, companies just stringing up another set of numbers for a couple of quarters, and investors just learning that it's not a one broad brush. I think to your point, next year the Medicare rate increase is 5%. That's following a year of a flat rate increase. You're seeing commercial price increases probably in the low double digits. So there are pockets where the industry in a short cycle business is getting able to get ahead of the trend and reprice. And at some point, this trend will moderate, but that's really the $100 question.
You know, finally, you mentioned Medicaid, John. What about the bill that just passed and what that's going to do there and potentially the impact on these insurers?
Good question. So next year, the only thing that's happening of note is the exchanges. The exchanges grew from 10 million to 24 million, in part with some help from the
Congrats, Kite.
So that business is going back down at least 5 to 7 million, we think, next year. So that's really the big thing next year. And that's one reason you saw a little bit of weakness in some of the hospital stocks because, HCA, for example, 10% of their revenue is with the exchanges. So that's really the big thing next year.
Well, Kite's been for the month now on YouTube. No, you can only win once on YouTube. So one time on YouTube, one time on Twitter, and then one time on Discord.
CBO numbers at face value because their track record is frankly awful.
Wow. All right. Off completely. Did you say 100%? So they're going to be completely wrong.
No, I'm saying about half. I think it'll be more.
Added Kite to the ban list. He's done.
Like 30%, and they didn't update them for years. So they don't. I know we had a lot of fun with the payroll numbers, but the CBO makes the BLS look like Nostradamus, frankly.
Yeah. Well, they're making projections, whereas the other guys are actually measuring data that's currently available.
That's
John. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you.
When we come back, is Apple looking to buy intelligence? Tim Cook hinting at some possible AI acquisition targets.
The sucker will not dump.
Behind this family's financial future is their advisor, helping them grow their wealth and share it across generations.
You went deep.
And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by smart, repeatable strategies. Fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
We can get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
Custom Ink helps motivate our students to come here. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need, so we focus on the kids.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high-quality custom apparel, accessories, and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at customink.com.
I love Rise Mushroom Coffee, and not just because I look good drinking it.
Everything's close by, so eat, gamble. Yeah, it's still on the strip. You just walk like across and you get to New York, and Park MGM. Yeah, it's all connected, and then you can take the tram to Bellagio and stuff. So it's not that far. Walking through the Wind, that's a long walk though. Wind and Treasure Island's like way down.
Self-injection fits my plans. Do not use Vyvgart.
Call's pretty good. It's on MGM Grand. Michael Jackson's actually really good too. I don't like Yeah, I like Michael Jackson. I don't like the olds. Those old shows are kind of boring. You go to Luxor and watch the America's Got Talent. That's pretty good too.
Headache and injection site reactions.
Yeah, I actually like that the most. America's Got Talent. Don't watch that Lim Shin guy. That magic card trick. It's boring. I fell asleep on that one.
It guides our every waking moment.
And you can also do a timeshare trip at Excalibur, and they give you like a free show and like a $200 credit to gamble on the slot machine. But then you're wasting 3 hours. If you want to do that.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right.
No. Gamage is talking about Vegas.
Meet new Qunol Brain Health, the first and only tablet to combine 2 high absorption ingredients, clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Trust Qunol for more comprehensive brain health support.
What job do you think is more important, whether it be Treasury Secretary or Chairman of the Federal Reserve?
I think you're asking which.
So what giveaway should we do tomorrow? Another My Funded Futures? Yeah, let's get that on.
CNBC Plus.
It's been like a whole new phase of the bull market, the phase of ludicrous valuations. You have to hope that things are one and done bout of enthusiasm. It just can't be the norm.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Welcome back. Apple's Tim Cook reportedly holding a rare all-hands meeting on Friday and signaling a push to make new AI investments amid concerns about the company's AI strategy. For today's Tech Check, Steve Kovac has more on what those investments could look like. Steve.
Yeah, let's see. So that all-hands meeting that reportedly took place on Friday gives some more hints of how Apple is going to handle artificial intelligence after those failures and missteps over the past year. Now, Bloomberg reporting, Cook told employees AI is ours to grab and will make investments to get there. This also echoes what he told me the day before during the earnings, saying they're going to significantly increase AI investment, compute, and talent. Also told me he's willing to acquire companies that accelerate Apple's roadmap. Now, according to PitchBook, Apple acquired a few small companies so far this year, though only one appears related to AI. That would be Seattle-based startup Y Labs. Some notable acquisitions in Apple's history, though, the $3 billion for Beats over a decade ago. Of course, that was for music streaming and audio accessories. They also paid $1 billion for Intel's 5G modem business. Those modems are just now being used in some iPhones and will eventually phase out Qualcomm's modems in all devices. Other features and products come from smaller acquisitions. You have Shazam,
I need to turn on
Siri,
my
and that
volume so
weather
I didn't
app,
hear you.
Dark Sky. But if Cook is serious about AI M&A, he may need to start spending bigger. Some potential targets, we talk about these all the time, Perplexity, and in fact, Apple already
I tried to get that done, and then I'll move on to the next firm next week.
And Mistral, a smaller
So
company,
My Funded Future, then we get on Tradify, and then we get on Lucid, and then we get on Day Trader,
instead of acquire. Bloomberg also reported that earlier
and that
this
should
summer.
be the whole month.
Cook may have even given a subtle hint that's the direction he's going to take. Asked on the earnings call last week if AI models were commoditized.
Not that hard.
Didn't want to give away strategy. So
How many points do you have?
considering using one of those commoditized models for Apple
8,
Intelligence.
yo. Yeah, you got a long way to go.
Steve, thank you. Steve Kovac. Up next, it is the best performing S&P stock of the year. Palantir will report results later today. We're going to talk with an early investor in the company. Perhaps get some sense as to what to expect from that report after the break.
Looks like NQ is going back up. The 15 minutes still stuck on overbought. But 3 minutes is oversold, so it's bouncing. I don't think we're gonna dip into maybe the last 30 minutes.
No touching your shoe. Can I try it? Give me some of that flavor, Martha. Well, hands-free, let's get your slippers. For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest.
Encyclopedies by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended B brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
I still love to surf, snowboard, and of course skate. So I take
Yeah.
Juno Magnesium to support my muscle and bone health. Juno's high absorption
I was thinking EU was gonna buy and then Americans gonna dump, but that didn't happen.
Did you know that your insurance policy is an asset that you can sell? Hi, I'm Jay
Time
Jackson.
to eat my
I'm the
lunch
CEO
now.
of Abacus Life.
And let me end
For
this
almost 20
stream.
years, we've been purchasing life insurance policies for seniors just like you. In fact, you can use the free policy value calculator at
Doodles.
abacuslife.com